Audio check. All right, everyone, welcome in. Man, I should have started drinking this caffeine before now. Definitely gonna have to wait until it starts hitting to get into the game. Let's go ahead and switch over. We got some stuff to chat about today. Turn the music down a little bit. Give it a mute for the fanfare. Welcome in, everybody. How we doing? Shane, welcome in. Early bird lurkers, hello. Couldn't sleep at all last night, so at times like this you wish you drank coffee, but you don't, so you're just gonna be tired. There's other ways to get caffeine in your body, Shane. Do you like tea, or you know, have you ever tried matcha or yerba mate for something a little stronger? Better caffeine hit than coffee, in my opinion. Everybody's body is different, though. Some people can just thrive on coffee and just keep drinking coffee and just never slow down. Oh, the ad just ended? I didn't even realize. Welcome back from the ad, if you were in the ad. We're here. It's Thursday. We're gonna play some Xenosaga today. But we have some housekeeping to do. There's a lot of new updates in Boys Land since just since Tuesday, really, which is wild. First thing, well, I guess first thing is Tuesday was a lot of fun. On Tuesday, we played Boktai for the first time, and it was really cool. I tried not to have too many specific expectations for what it was going to be like. But it definitely wasn't, like, it didn't slot into something that I thought it could be, I guess. It's difficult to figure out the right way to say that, but it definitely is not what I expected. And it also just feels like it's going to be a very large game. Which also was unexpected. Also, I think I'm going to go through a lot of AAA batteries for that playthrough. It seems like we're probably going to need a new pair of batteries like every stream. So I may look into like a rechargeable solution. I'm usually not a fan of rechargeable alkaline batteries. But we may do something a little bit different for this. Oh, your main source of caffeine is from soda. See, that's such a crapshoot too, because soda really doesn't have very much caffeine in it. Like a caffeinated soda, like a Coke, it has like 35 milligrams of caffeine in it, whereas a cup of coffee is usually rated between like 60 and 80, maybe a little bit more. And then, you know, something like this, that's a yerba mate, this is, what, 160? Yeah, 160. So, if you're mainly getting caffeine from soda, like, you'd have to drink so many sodas to get a decent caffeine hit, and then you've ingested, like, a pound of sugar and a bunch of other junk that's gonna weigh you down. So it's really not a reliable... It's really not a reliable source of caffeine. Like, you can get like a little perk, you know, a little zing. But yeah, no. I'm not judging you for drinking soda. I'm a soda drinker myself. I'm just saying, as specifically as a caffeine source. Like, if you're trying to drink a soda to wake up, like, it's a, you know, it's not a good resource for that. It's kind of a crapshoot. Unless you never drink caffeine, you know, like if you never drink caffeine and you have a really, really low tolerance and you're really susceptible to it, then, you know, maybe that like 35 grams or 35 milligrams is really going to get you. get you going. But if you drink soda all the time, the caffeine hit's probably not going to do anything to you. You're going to need something stronger. But there are a lot of low and no sugar solutions for caffeine, Shane, I will say. But if you're used to drinking lots of sodas, that could mean that you have the thing that a lot of people have where if a drink isn't sweet, it tastes kind of disgusting. You know, like, and I'm not saying this is you, but, you know, some people can't drink water. Some people can't just drink plain water because it doesn't taste good, or it doesn't taste sweet. You know, it just tastes like nothing, or it tastes like minerals. I'm like, oh, that's disgusting. I need some, you know, I need some lemon or some Mio or whatever to squirt in there. And I was definitely that way when I drank soda all the time. I couldn't just drink water. Crazy? No, it had to be Kool-Aid or like sweet tea or Gatorade. You know, those were the things that I drank as a kid. So that can be really difficult if you're trying to get away from drinking as much sugar. That's definitely a difficult thing to do. There's not really an easy way to like wean yourself off of sugar. You kind of just have to do it if you want to do it. There's no nicotine gum of drinking sugar, if that makes sense. I mean, there's artificial sweeteners, but that's a bit of a minefield. Anyways, that's not what we came here to talk about today. Let's see, we talked about Boktai. My flippy drive has arrived for my GameCube. I probably won't have time this weekend to do anything with it because we're traveling this weekend, and I won't be at home pretty much at all. And I also don't have a way to back up any of my GameCube or Wii games yet. So even if I set up the flippy drive, I wouldn't be able to put anything on it to start playing it with. But this is definitely lighting a fire under me to get that done. So I'm going to be dedicating some time to finding a modded Wii that I can use to back up all of my GameCube and Wii games, because I'm not going to download ROMs. I want my own copies of my own games. I don't have moral quandaries about downloading ROMs and ISOs, but like with the sheer volume of games that I have, that would be just like an incredible pursuit to find them elsewhere and to try and like avoid malware and, you know, Trojans and all kinds of horrible things and ads all the while. That sounds way more cumbersome to me than just finding a modded Wii. I refuse to mod my Wii. I have a Wii. I could soft mod it, but I refuse to do it. I want my Wii to be stock. And everybody says that soft modding a Wii is just the easiest thing in the world. But every time I look up a tutorial, it sounds incredibly complicated. I can't tell you how many Wii soft modding videos I have watched on YouTube that profess how easy and painless and quick it is. And it's like 59 steps. So for that reason, I also really don't want to do it. But I like my Wii being stock. So unless I can find somebody who's a friend that will let me borrow their soft modded Wii for like, you know, a month at least, so that I can get all those games backed up, I'm just gonna have to find somebody that has modded one and buy it from them. Because even if I were to buy a separate Wii that isn't modded, I would still have to go through the modding process, and I would really prefer not to do that. I would happily spend double the price to have it be done for me. Or maybe I can find a service that will do it. The problem with finding a service to do it is all these people perceive it as being super easy, so there probably isn't a service. They're like, oh, well, why wouldn't you just do it? You know, it's not like soldering where it's like super specialized. It's like, oh, well, you just click this and then you drag that into this folder and then you do this and then you click that and then you install this and then you put that in that SD card folder and then you put that in here and then you click that and then you do this. And like, I hate that stuff. I absolutely despise it. It's not simple to me. Simple to me is you plug it in and you turn it on and it works. That's simple. Installing a bunch of little programs and like running scripts and like putting things in certain folders and moving them from here to there, like that's not simple. Like any one of those steps in and of itself is simple, but the entire process is not simple. I don't perceive that kind of thing as being simple. I perceive it as being like annoying and cumbersome, because I've done so many things like that where I've followed a step-by-step tutorial to do something, and then somehow I still get the end result, or somehow I still don't get the end result, or I get an end result that is different than what the tutorial got, even though I painstakingly followed every direction. And then I have no recourse. I have no idea where I went wrong along the way. I have no idea if I did everything right, and then some other, like, you know, act of the cosmos caused something to not be right. And it's like, oh, well, you actually have this hardware revision of the motherboard, and you didn't know that when you walked into the process, you know, but I'll never find that out, you know, those kinds of things. So I'm very averse to those types of mods or processes or installs or anything like that. Like, oh, download this texture pack to up-res Wind Waker on Dolphin. Nope, not doing that. It's not going to work for me. I'm just going to play it on my GameCube or my Wii, or I'm going to play Wind Waker HD, which I think looks fantastic. You know, I don't mess with stuff like that, because it more often than not, it does not go the way that it's supposed to go. And I know that it's probably me. I know that it's probably user error, but I'm never able to like troubleshoot where I went wrong along the way. And then by the end of it, I'm just so frustrated that I don't want to ever think about it ever again. Yeah, diet sodas are really bad, Shane, in so many ways. You can drink plain water. You don't have the biggest sweet tooth. It's mainly the carbonation you enjoy, but club soda is disgusting. Okay, so you've got to find some type of happy medium between completely unsweetened seltzer and soda. That totally makes sense, because seltzer, or club soda if you prefer, they're technically different things, but they're used interchangeably. You know, that's way more bitter than just plain water. But you want flavor, so you go there because it has flavor, but then you have the bitterness of the carbonation. So I would try Liquid Death, Shane. Liquid Death makes a series of flavored seltzers that are lightly sweetened. They have like 1 or 2 grams of cane sugar and then a little bit of stevia. And there's like orange, lime, grapefruit. They're delicious. And then they also have a line of tea that is lightly caffeinated, that is much sweeter than the seltzers. It's not carbonated, but it tastes about as sweet as a soda, in my opinion. But it's got way less sugar in it. So that might be something that you could try that might get you closer to being able to enjoy a completely unsweetened seltzer. That path didn't exist for me, and I kind of had to just like ham fist my way into seltzer, but I did eventually get there. And then the flavoring concentrates. Yeah. Those are good. Those are good as long as they don't have like sucralose or... oh, and by the way, this is news to me. I have spoken positively about erythritol in the past, but erythritol is officially off the list, or it's on the hit list. So I will not be drinking any drinks sweetened with erythritol anymore. That's the nature of dynamic artificial sweetener study, I guess. So in addition to sucralose and corn syrup, I will no longer be drinking erythritol either. So now basically for artificial sweeteners, I'm just down to stevia. Monk fruit is so far proving to be okay. I just hate the taste of it. So I don't eat or drink anything that's sweetened with monk fruit because I just taste it and I don't like the taste of it. And a lot of people don't like the taste of stevia, but I don't mind stevia, especially when it's mixed with cane sugar. So it's pretty much just stevia for me now for artificially sweetened things. Kind of a bummer. There's a lot of good stuff that's sweetened with erythritol, and I don't mind the flavor of it. But the health analysis has changed. And I will trust the lady on that one. Which is where I got the update from. Okay, in other news, I owe y'all a wheel spin. Gad sent in a resub on Tuesday, so we need to do a wheel spin for him. And I know he won't mind if we do it when he's not here. Also, exciting news. Well, there's an exciting console update, and then there's a not exciting console update. So let's do the not exciting one first. This month of August that we are coming to the end of was slated to be a very exciting month for me because there's a bunch of things that I bought a long time ago and ordered a long time ago that were supposed to come this month. And one of them was the flippy drive. Hooray, we got the flippy drive. It's sitting on top of my GameCube. It's so small. Look how small it is. This tiny little box is everything that you need to install the flippy drive. And it was in a giant, well, not a giant box, but it was in a box that was like this big, which was very comical. And then even inside this box, there's just this insulated data bag that has this tiny PCB in it. Look how small this thing is. That's the flippy drive. Just a tiny, tiny little PCB. And then there's a flex cable in here that you bend in a specific way and install in a specific place to connect the flippy drive to the GameCube. And then the only other things in this box are two little pieces of 3D printed plastic. This is like a little bracket that holds it in place where you put it and allows you to kind of screw it into the frame of the GameCube. And then this is a little plastic cap that you kind of push down into a slot that you connect the flex cable with. And that's it. It's like the easiest, smallest little install. It's got to be one of the smartest and cleanest mods I've ever seen. Like, I was just talking about how I'm so averse to doing stuff like this because it's usually way too many steps. This is legitimately the easiest low number of steps mod I have ever seen for anything. Like this is going to be easier to install than it was to make the Game Boy macro. And that's even like putting aside the fact that that you technically have to solder. And, you know, like if you knew how to, even knowing how to solder and being good at soldering, that's, in my opinion, still easier than the Game Boy macro, which has you solder one little resistor. Now, the bad news is the other thing I was expecting to get this month was the Analog 3D. And if you guys are looped into this, you already know. But for those who don't, Analog is a small company that makes FPGA versions of old consoles to very, 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 very high spec. And FPGA, you don't necessarily need to understand how it works, but basically it's a way to do hardware emulation. So taking all of the good and the bad that a system does when playing a game and making it into a brand new motherboard that doesn't have super old chips that are gonna rot. You know, like, and so, for example, like taking a Super Nintendo and recreating it from the ground up using this FPGA core, fully programmable something array, and then putting it into a package that outputs 1080p and takes care of all the upscaling in the box, and you can play your same SNES cartridges. and they've made this for the Game Boy family. You guys have probably heard me talk about the Analog Pocket before, which I have. I have the Super NT, which is the Super Nintendo. They've made a whole bunch of other ones. They made some Sega ones. They made an NES. That was kind of their debut console. And the Analog 3D is the N64. It was kind of a white whale. We never really thought that Analog would, or I never really thought that Analog would break the barrier into 3D, but I guess the technology has just gotten good enough. And the Analog 3D is still coming. I still have it pre-ordered. I pre-ordered it almost a year ago, and it was supposed to ship this month. But because of all the trade war nonsense, it had been delayed a whole bunch of times. But the guy had promised that they were going to ship out late this month. And just a couple of weeks ago, unfortunately, there was another update, and now they're not shipping until Q4. So hopefully later this year, I will have my Analog 3D, but I don't have it now. I'm not necessarily itching to get it immediately to play something on it. I have an HDMI modded N64. I'm very fortunate. I don't necessarily need this Analog 3D. I just want it for future proofing. You know, if my N64 ever dies, or I guess if both of my N64s die, I have two. But it would also be nice because then I could have a dedicated N64 for the ads on stream, and we could start streaming N64 games again. I have been averse to streaming N64 games because it's the ads break machine, Super Ads Bros. So if we had the Analog 3D, I could start putting some N64 stuff back on the polls. I'd feel better about it. We can still do it technically, we just wouldn't have our ads thing, and that makes me sad. It makes me sad to not have our ads activity. And there are still a handful of N64 games that I would like to stream. But I got my controller. Look at this beautiful controller. This controller is impressive. I haven't actually got a chance to try it out yet, but I'm very, very anxious to. This is the 8BitDo 3D controller. It's meant to be a replacement for an N64 controller. And I am usually only accepting of OEM controllers. I don't usually go for these like Bluetooth, you know, wireless updated versions of classic controllers. I don't play classic games on my PC. I'm playing them on hardware, so naturally I'm wanting to use the original controller. But what sold me on this one is its confirmed direct compatibility with the Analog 3D and the fact that the buttons are N64 buttons. So like the A and B buttons and the C, sorry, it's hard to see because it's black. It looks a lot like a Switch Pro controller from far away, but the A and B buttons and the C buttons are all made to the exact like size and specs of the original N64 controller, and the spacing is the same. So they like really put in the work to recreate the feel of the face of the N64 controller. And that means a lot to me. The start button is identical. The spacing on the start button is not the same, but that's okay. The D-pad is identical, and the stick feels like it's going to be amazing. Again, I haven't tried it out yet because I don't actually have anything that I could use this with that could play an N64 game. I also wouldn't want to try it with an emulator because I'm super sensitive to the emulation of N64. So I think it would be a bad representation. So I may not get to use this until I get my Analog 3D. But I'm very excited to use it. It feels great in the hands. Yo, what's up, Rich? How are you doing? Yeah. So the shoulder buttons, they have a stacked trigger thing, and the top ones are L and R, and then the bottom ones are both Z. It's not ZL, ZR. They both have the exact same function as Z. So yeah, there's nothing on the underside. They didn't try to do that. But yeah, this thing looks and feels phenomenal. Let me come up close for you. Camera's focusing on my amazing shirt. There we go. But yeah, there's been a lot of recreation of N64 controllers in the past couple of years, and they have not been great. But yeah, these feel amazing. Like, I know that I could immediately, like, I can immediately play my Ocarina songs for Ocarina of Time. Like, my fingerings are there. It feels almost identical. The stick, I'm very excited to try out the stick. So yeah, I could technically play my Analog Pocket with this, or I could play my Super NT, you know, and play Super Nintendo games with this. But I don't. The only way I could play, I don't have a way to play N64 games with this right now, because my PC actually doesn't have Bluetooth. I guess I could maybe connect it with USB and try it that way. But again, I'm worried that the representation of the game on the emulator would be an improper representation of the controller's capabilities. So that was the bad console news. The Analog 3D isn't coming this month anymore. The good console news is, or the exciting console news is, I am taking a plunge into a realm that I have not taken the plunge into before, and didn't think I was ever going to take a plunge into. In the year of our Lord 2025, I'm going to be buying an Xbox 360 to add to my array of consoles. I've never owned a Microsoft console. I've never wanted to own a Microsoft console. I always thought that I would never buy one. But after all this time, there are still a handful of games that are locked to that system that I want to play. And because it outputs component, it's very easy to integrate into my setup. I have open slots on my component switcher. I can play it on my CRT. It'll go right into the upscaler and everything. So the list, I have kept a list of games trapped on the Xbox 360 since probably 2015. And I was basically watching that list like, okay, eventually these games will get remastered or ported, you know, and I'll play them. And that list has dwindled over the years. But yeah, kind of like a Wii U list. Welcome in, Broken Quest. How are you? I was talking to Broken Quest about Xbox 360 stuff, actually, picking their brain, because they know more than me. But I have this like kind of soft list of games that I was keeping myself aware of, like, hey, these are games that you'd like to play, and they're still only on the Xbox 360. And there was a time where they were all kind of like getting remastered and getting ported, and I was like, okay, it's happening, this is great. But then that kind of stopped happening. And the problem is, you know, Microsoft being Windows, a lot of these games get ported to PC, which is great, but I don't want to play them on PC. I want to collect a physical game that can sit on this shelf behind me and not have to think about DRM nightmares and conspiracy tinfoil hat stuff that I tend to do. And I also don't want to play a game on my PC. I don't care that I can connect a controller and that it's the same. I want to play it on a machine. I want to interact with physical media. So that's not an option for me, unfortunately, which really sucks. I wish that I didn't feel that way, because it would be incredibly cost effective. So what games am I going to get? Basically the list kind of got whittled down to like a core of 4 games. There's the 2 Mistwalker games, Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey, that I would really, really like to play. And then there's Last Remnant and Infinite Undiscovery, which I know are like not well-rated RPGs, but that doesn't really deter me, especially because they are extremely inexpensive to collect. But I like Tri-Ace. I want to play more Tri-Ace stuff, so that interests me. And then outside of those 4 games, there's kind of like a there's kind of like a second layer of games. that I'm interested in, that, you know, I could kind of take or leave. Let's see, what's in that category? There's like, there's stuff like Resonance of Fate that's technically on the PS3, but if I got the 360, I might prefer to play that game on there. I think anything that's also on PS3, like 99% of the time, I would prefer to play on PS3 and collect for the PS3. And I don't really care if it like runs better or looks better on the 360. But the thing that'll be weird about it, in my setup specifically, is the PS3 I only use as an HDMI system. I think I technically have the component cable for it somewhere, but I always use it as a 1080p system, whereas the 360 is going to be the opposite. The 360, I am committed to only playing out of the component port and playing the games on my CRT, which for streaming is my preference, because then I have my other two screens to look at the stuff that I need to look at. So that would be an interesting split where it's like, oh, this game is on PS3 and on 360, but I would prefer to play it on a CRT, so I'm going to get it for 360. That's kind of a weird mindset to be in. Yeah, Tales of Vesperia was on that list for a long time, and then they ported it to Switch, and I immediately bought it. So I have that version of Tales of Vesperia. And I even waited for people to, like, you know, weigh in on the remaster, because, you know, after the Symphonia remasters kind of not living up to the original, I wanted to make sure, like, is this actually the definitive game? And it sounds like it is. So that's the version of Tales of Vesperia that I'll eventually play. Oh, and another set of games in that second sphere, actually, are the Halo games. I would really like to experience the campaigns of the Halo games. I think I would really like them, especially on like a low difficulty. I like the aesthetic and like the sci-fi-ness. And like I have no interest in like the multiplayer aspect of Halo. I was forced to do that many times as a teenager. I was horrendous at it. I'm not great at twin stick shooters or really any shooters. But if they have like good story and atmosphere, you know, I'm interested in them. And I think the aesthetic is very unique. I love the sci-fi aspect of it. And the other thing is, they're so inexpensive. I actually own the Master Chief Collection on Steam because it was on sale for like $7 and it's like 5 or 6 games or whatever. So it's like, sure. But I really don't want to play them on PC, even though they would run way better and look way better. I want to play them on hardware with a controller and not have to deal with PC gremlins that always seem to affect me. That's exactly how I feel when I try to play a game on my PC. But yeah, I've heard great things about a lot of the different games. So I'm planning to order a smattering of N64, or not N64, Xbox 360 games and a system in the next couple of days here. I've actually reached out to a seller on eBay with a question about their system that they're selling. And I'm hoping they'll respond to me. But if they don't respond to me by this weekend, I will probably order one of the other 2 system bundles that's on my watch list. There are 3 different ones that I'm watching right now. They aren't auctions. They're all buy it now. But there's something a little bit different about each of the 3 bundles that's enticing. They're all the same system, but there's something a little bit different about each one that's enticing. And I would like to go for this one in particular, but if this person doesn't respond to my question, I'm going to hesitate on purchasing their system. But hopefully they get back to me, because if they respond to me, theirs would definitely be the top candidate for a couple of reasons. So once I get an answer on that, I've already got a bunch of games in my cart. I'm planning to get the 4 games that I listed: Blue Dragon, Infinite Undiscovery, Last Remnant, and Lost Odyssey. I've got to get the component cable separately. I'm also planning to get some other cheap games. Cameo is in my cart. Banjo-Kazooie is in my cart. And Enchanted Arms are in my cart. Currently. And there's a couple others that I'm waffling on. But yeah, I got a lot more from my last eBay sales than I was expecting. I was selling some stuff on eBay to raise funds to buy a music VST that I've been needing to buy and wanting to buy for a while that costs like $200. So I was like, okay, I just need to make like $200. I ended up getting a lot more than $200 for the stuff that I sold, which is great, even in spite of eBay's new fee structure that is kind of wild. They have really upped the amount that they take out of your sales, FYI. Especially depending on like what category it is. I'm not exactly sure who's to blame for that, but I have some theories. But even in spite of that, I got a really good return. I actually still have some more stuff that's up there for sale, so it'll hopefully increase. But on top of that, I went to go buy that VST once the funds for the first couple of sales came in and I had enough. And I'm ready to go drop $200 on this VST. And just by luck of the cosmos, this one site had it on sale for $80. So I saved like $120 on this VST that I was totally ready to spend $200 on. So that's basically more money into my eBay pot. And it's like, okay, time to get the 360. So that VST being on sale is what has prompted me to go down the 360 hole. I thought this was going to happen a couple more years from now. And maybe I'll even have enough left over for a modded Wii. We'll see. Because I would really like to get my disc games backed up, especially for GameCube, so I can get my flippy drive going. It would be so nice. It would make it so much easier to boot into the Game Boy games, because I wouldn't have to sit there over and over and over trying to get Wind Waker to read. The flippy drive would allow me to just, boot Wind Waker from the SD card and go into GBI. And I might actually be able to set it up to just directly boot into GBI as well and totally bypass my old school setup that I have for it with the hacked memory card. And maybe I could, donate that to someone else who uses GBI. We'll see. Okay. We have yapped a lot. The caffeine is hitting me now, which is good. It's long past the time that I would normally switch over to the game. But we still have to spin the wheel. So let's do that first. We're going to let her rip for Gad, who sent in a sub on Tuesday. We're getting dangerously close to that sub goal stream, by the way. If we meet that this week, we would not be streaming this Sunday because the lady and I won't be here. So just keep that in mind. If you're really, really itching for a Sunday stream and you want to put us over the top today, feel free to do so, and thank you very much. But we won't stream until next Sunday, even if that's met this week. Just as a heads up. Okay, let me turn on the roaming mic and not make that mistake again. And then we're going to go over here. First spin of the day. Orange and pink are locked. This one's for Holy Gad, our favorite lad. Is there something on the camera? What is that? Are you guys seeing that little spinning thing? Is that something my camera's doing? That is wild. Huh. All right, dumbbell exercises. We haven't landed on this in a long time. I'm gonna have to grab a set of my dumbbells, and we're gonna do 10 repetitions of some type of dumbbell exercise. I get to choose, depending on what I'm feeling. This is a good day for it, actually. Today, let's see. Yesterday was legs. The day before that is back. Today is chest. Yeah, it's like a buffering circle. Is it gone? Is it still there? No, it is still there. Let me see. Let me just power off this camera. Weird, it's like it's not the camera. I don't think it's the camera. Why did the music stop? Hold on. Now we're in a silent prison. Okay. Still there. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Beep, ba, ba. But if I remove the source, it's like perfectly around the light switch to where it almost looks like it's supposed to be there. So maybe it's this camera. Let's reset this camera. It's still there. What source is that on? We're gonna get to the bottom of this, folks. Hold on, is it on this layout? Yes, it is, it's right here. So we're not seeing it on the game layout because the game is over it. So what is on all of my camera layouts? What could that be? Let's go over here again. Is it this? Nope. Okay, that's good. Is it this? Nope. Not that. This is so bizarre. Is it you? Nope. Hi, Nima. Is it this? Nope. I'm literally just going down the list of my enabled sources. It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. Not that. It's not that. That doesn't even need to be there. Ah, it's that. Interesting. Okay. Figured it out. This is the thing that allows me to use the phone camera on stream. So, let's see. So all I need to do, we probably won't need the phone camera today anyways, so I can just disable that. And then I just need to leave a note for myself to make a Stream Deck button for this. Because normally I just left that source open so that if I just did the thing on my phone, it would just appear on the screen, which was really convenient. But now I'm going to have to make a Stream Deck button for it. Okay. All right. And to close out that Yap session, if you have games, if you can think of any Xbox 360 games that aren't super rare and expensive, and aren't on other systems, or, you know, maybe with some exceptions there, that you think are really cool, feel free to recommend them to me. Oh, and I should say, I already own a copy of Viva Pinata, so I will have that game as well. I randomly have had a copy of that game for a very long time. But feel free to throw any Xbox 360 recommendations in the Discord or in the chat, and I will consider them. I already named every game you know of. You got one? Wait. You got one for the JRPGs, and you do not own it anymore. You don't know what happened to it. One day it was just gone. What? Your whole 360 was just gone? Did you have a roommate that was like a drug user or something? That's not a very nice thing to say, but that's just like the first thing I thought of, is that like somebody stole it from you to like sell it or pawn it or something, you know? Oh, left behind in a move. Sure. That is definitely a thing that happens. It's weird how when you move, like when you pack to move, some things just reappear that you thought were gone, and you like find things that you totally forgot or thought were already lost. And then also things just disappear. Like you pack everything up and there's definitely nothing left in the house, and then you move and you open everything and it's just like, and then like 2 months later it's like, what happened to that one thing? Where's that one thing? Well, it must be here somewhere, because we brought everything with us, right? But somehow it didn't make it. It's like, how does that happen? Everything's in a box. We put everything in a box, and then we take all the boxes with us, and then we start opening all the boxes, and it's like somehow these things just disappeared. It's fascinating and frustrating. Okay, let's play Xenosaga. I'm gonna pause the music, and I'm gonna go whoop, whoop. There we go. There we go. Let me put this beautiful controller back where I had it. I have way too many controllers on the couch with me. There's already 3. I guess I don't need the SNES controller with me, but there it is. Let's see if we can get the recap done before I have to run the first ad break. That's my goal here. It's so weird that there's no sound on this title screen. It really feels strange that there was no sound associated with that little monolith bumper, and there's no music here. Just the HUD sound of New Game Continue. Definitely feels less intentional than like not having music in the spaceship to accentuate like the hum and the mundaneness. Okay, so this is a little bit weird. We saved on like a special saved screen. So I don't think I'm going to be able to load in and like go into the database and listen to our recap song. So I'm actually going to reload a previous save for the recap, and then we'll switch to our proper save. This is kind of silly, but this is what we're going to do. So we've got this really urgent, stressful music, but we're going to go in here and we're going to have chill vibes for our recap. This is our official recap song. And I definitely need this recap because a lot happened last week and I don't remember a lot of it. I'm going to stick to just what happened last Friday and not recap both of the streams because that would take entirely too long, but I may dip back into the notes from last Thursday if I'm still confused. Okay. So, there's an implication that the Realians went rogue at some point during the Miltian conflict, and that's what resulted in like the common prejudice against them. We interact with First Officer Cherenkov. He's very displeased with how behind schedule Cosmos's experiments and data and things are. He's like, this is a weapon, it needs to be ready. He's very paranoid about a Gnosis attack. And I think I know why he's paranoid about a Gnosis attack, but more on that in a little bit. And then Captain Moriyama, who's like the number 1 in charge. Cherenkov is like the number 2. Captain Moriyama, he's like super compassionate. He's really chill. He's very composed. He's nice to Shion. He's like, oh, I look forward to Cosmos' field tests. You know, he's pretty chill about it. And then Cherenkov comes to like rebuke Shion some more, and then he gets a phone call, and he's like, oh, sorry, I gotta take this. And I wrote down the question, could it be someone from the investigations unit, as a question in my notes. We later found out who it was, but we don't necessarily know if he's part of the investigations unit, but it's quite possible. Anyways, that's jumping ahead a little bit. And And then, it jumps to a scene where we see Cherenkov having like a video call with somebody, and they're kind of rebuking him. And they're talking about the disappearances and the fatalities sustained when they retrieved the Zohar. And then the guy refers to the Zohar as a weapon and that it should be protected at all costs. It's the first time anybody's referred to it as a weapon. It's been treated more like an unknown artifact kind of thing up until this point. And the guy on the screen is named Commander Margulis. He tells Cherenkov that an enemy threat is 5 hours away from the fleet, the ship that we're on, the Wogland, and the ships around it, and that reinforcements have already been dispatched. And then he tells Cherenkov, you need to use Cosmos. And it seems like a very dire situation, but clearly nobody else on our ship knows this. Then we see Shion. This is a flashback. Shion is talking to who I assume is her brother on like a phone type of thing. And they're having this very kind of like casual sibling kind of conversation that actually was very authentic feeling. And he like wants her to come visit. They're kind of like quibbling and like lightly jabbing at each other, much like a brother and sister would that are very close. And it seems like it's her brother calling her from Second Miltia, telling her to come visit, which is interesting because she said that he's like stranded there and that she knows that she can't go there and that no one could go there. So I don't know if the brother was saying that she should visit like way in the past before that limitation existed, or he's like not aware of that limitation, or he's asking her to do that in spite of the restriction, and maybe she's not telling him that there's a restriction. There's a lot going on there. There's a lot to read into. And then when we go to Shion's room and go to sleep to kind of move things forward, RPG style, we see another vision of the girl that's being associated with the Zohar. She has the necklace. She kind of looks like kid version of Shion. She kind of looks like Ellie, kid version of Ellie from Xenogears. Very similar look. And they have the necklace from Xenogears. And they're in a graveyard. The girl and Shion are in a graveyard. And like some of these other visions, it looks like Shion is like saying something and trying to talk to her, but there's no sound and there's no subtitles. So I think that's like a depiction of kind of like a dream-like state where like, like you try to run but you don't go anywhere, or you try to talk but the words don't come out, that kind of a thing. Another person appears in the graveyard, but they're kind of like a silhouette. We don't really fully see them. That's kind of the first time in one of these visions that we saw another person besides just Shion and the girl. And then it cuts back to Shion sleeping in her quarters, and the girl is there, and she's like glowing and like hovering over Shion. Back at the research lab, the team is trying to troubleshoot the error from the earlier field test that they did, and we see a glimmer of glow in Shion's container, and we the player notice it, but nobody else in the room notices it. So it's like kind of a dun 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 moment. And then back at the bridge, the ship is preparing an approach course. They're making it sound like, all right, everything looks good here. We're going to land on such and such planet. This is the end of our mission. Hooray, exciting. And then bam, an alarm sounds. And it turns out that the alarm sounding is to signal that Cosmos is being activated. But as we just saw, nobody was activating Cosmos. So Cosmos is kind of like activating herself or something. Cosmos is awakening on her own. It shouldn't awaken unless Shion inputs a specific code, so everybody's kind of confused. And then Shion says that this happening is exactly like what happened the previous accident. I think it was 2 years ago. And we see her have another flashback, and she's cradling Kevin, who's presumably dead or dying. So it sounds like our assumption from before was correct, that was like her previous CO, and he died in the accident that happened with Cosmos, and presumably got her promoted, which is weird. Then the ship gets hit by some huge space-time anomaly. It turns out it's the Gnosis. And the fleet starts attacking. You know, they're shooting all these lasers, and a bunch of eggs come out and start shooting their Gundam guns at it. The ground troops are all mobilizing on the ship, getting their little tiny guns. The Gnosis are like immediately on the ship because they can just like teleport in. They're kind of like ghosts. They phase through walls. And they're like completely impervious to everything that's being thrown at them. And then they're like killing and absorbing like the attackers, like the soldiers that are attacking them. They kind of like grab them and then like suck out all their life force, kind of like a spider, and they like turn white, and then they like crack into a million pieces. Pretty brutal. Then we did some stealth sections where we had to sneak around the Gnosis because we couldn't fight them. We hear from Alan, who's like the second in command of the research team. He says that the Gnosis triggered Cosmos' startup. So like Cosmos somehow sensed that the Gnosis were coming and was like, I must activate, even though I have not been told to activate. We don't really know how that would take place, but that's what he said. Alan tries to call Shion, and then there's this really funny 2000s moment where like it pans over to her like cute little bunny phone case and her cute little anime ringtone, and she left her phone at her desk, so she's halfway across the ship somewhere else, and that complacent, doddering Shion, she left all her stuff at her desk. When we need her, we can't call her. She doesn't have her phone on her. There was like a funny little anime moment there. Cosmos wakes up. It makes all the power on the ship blip out. And then Cosmos like uses her sensors to find Shion and the Zohar, and then the purple X-faced guy, who I have written in my notes as purple X-faced abusive guy. We still don't know his name. So interesting that Cosmos located those three entities. Then we cut over to Virgil. Virgil and his squad are in their eggs, and they're like waiting for like a Gnosis to pop out so they can shoot it. And then instead of it being a Gnosis, it's Shion. Shion like comes around a corner. She's on her way back to the research lab, and they just open fire on her with like all of their might. Somehow they didn't have the proper sensors to figure out, wait, that's a person. So that was really strange. But even stranger is that somehow they don't hit her with any bullets, even though there was like 6 billion bullets fired at her, and presumably they're all trained soldiers with really good aim. So something happened there. Something interceded. She didn't get hit with any of the shots. I have a theory about what it was. They were like, oh, we thought you were a Gnosis. Sorry about that. Sorry, bro. And then Shion's like, I'm trying to get to Cosmos. And then, I did write this down. We'll get there in a second. The Gnosis show up, they attack the squad, and then a Realian protects Shion with its like superhuman abilities. So I think the Realians somehow protected her from getting shot, but it could have been something else. And then we find out that Virgil doesn't know who Cosmos is or what Cosmos is. He's like, what the heck is Cosmos? So weird that he would be like a high-ranking gun guy on this ship and not know what Cosmos is. I guess that just speaks to how well insulated the research team is. The top military brass know who Cosmos is, but maybe nobody else does. Maybe she's like a top secret weapon. But then why would Shion say, I'm trying to get to Cosmos? Like it's just something that everybody knows about. The Realian that saved Shion tells her to make for the escape pods, but Shion's like, I gotta go back to my crew. I gotta check on them. I gotta check on Cosmos. So we start wandering around again. Then we see the Wogland firing at the Gnosis in space, the big larger ones. The guns are totally ineffective against the Gnosis mothership. We see Cherenkov running to an escape pod, presumably. And then a Gnosis hits the bridge, and it kind of looks like everybody there is just done for. We don't know for sure, but that kind of seemed like the implication. Cherenkov arrives at the Zohar hangar, and there's like a plan in the works here. What did I write? There is a something plan. CARO. A cover. No, what was I trying to write there? I have no idea what this word is supposed to be. Oh, larger. That's an L. There is a larger plan. Purple X-faced abusive guy, trademark, objects to what's going on, and he's like expressing doubts. He's like, we can't jump to hyperspace because this, that, and the other thing. And Cherenkov is like, don't even worry about the Gnosis. All that matters is this is the Zohar. And then he tells everyone in the hangar crew to inject themselves with something called Dij Beta to survive the hyperspace jump. Apparently that's why they're worried about jumping to hyperspace, is because it will like kill the people or like make them sick or something. And then it will also either it's to help them with the hyperspace jump or it's to avoid the Gnosis being able to detect them. I wasn't sure. And the top priority seems to be just getting the Zohar to the commander, which I assume is Margulis, the guy he was talking to, that seems to be behind this larger plan that Moriyama didn't know about and the other military brass didn't know about. Virgil and Shion get attacked by something called an FAE. We don't know what that stands for yet. Much of the crew gets killed, and then Virgil takes Shion's communicator, and he uses it to like make the Realians basically become cannon fodder to slow down the Gnosis. And Shion gets really upset about it, because he's like playing with these people's lives, and Virgil just sees them more as like weapons and tools or whatever. That more of that dynamic at play. Shion's like, please stop, don't do this. But then he like cites some like laws and protocol to like shut her down, and apparently that works. She's like, you're right, directive blah blah blah, section blah 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 is the law, and we have to follow it. These charters. That was an interesting moment. And then the Realians like explode and blow themselves up, I guess, to try to stop the Gnosis. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Yo, Jem, welcome in. How's it going? Thank you so much for raiding in. Junior Driver, welcome in. Nice to see you. Momiji, nice to see you. Welcome in, everybody. How we doing today? You've walked into my recap of last Xenosaga stream. We haven't even started playing the game yet. But we're getting there. Thank y'all for joining. What was going on in Jem's stream today? What were you playing? Why am I seeing stuff about taking the hobbits to Isengard? Were you playing a Lord of the Rings game, or were you talking about Lord of the Rings? Go follow a true gem. Very, very fun guy to chat with and hang out with. Always playing something interesting. Onimusha 3, very cool. I've never played an Onimusha game. Let's see, where were we here on this recap? But yeah, we're going to be playing Xenosaga Episode I today and tomorrow. I play RPGs on Thursdays and Fridays. On Tuesdays, I'm playing a game called Boktai, which is a GBA game made by Hideo Kojima, where you shoot sunlight at vampires and zombies. And the way that you charge up your gun with sunlight is by literally putting the GBA cartridge in the sun. To be able to play the game inside on my GBA player, we have a UV flashlight that we're using as the sun that I can like turn on and off when I need sunlight to hit my GBA cartridge. It's very silly. Resident Evil in feudal Japan. Oh, okay, that's a cool elevator pitch. I like that. Also, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. I'm trying to get through this. I need to run an ad break, and I'm trying to get through this recap before I run the ad break, and then we can start the game after. Let's see where we are here. Okay, yes. The Realians blow themselves up to try to stop the Gnosis. Nothing happens. And then Virgil gets incapacitated by something or other, and then a Gnosis grabs Shion. Everything is looking really bad. Her life flashes before her eyes. She sees the girl again. And then Cosmos and Alan show up just in time, and Cosmos activates the Hilbert effect, which we didn't know what that meant before, but now we do. And that causes the Gnosis to be like on our plane of existence. They stopped being like translucent and became opaque, solid objects, and suddenly like all our guns work on them and everything. So now we can like fight them in random encounters and punch them and kick them and hit them with swords and whatnot. And they can be damaged by the other crew members. And as we might have suspected, the Gnosis are in fact after the Zohar. Cosmos tells us that, and she orders us to find an escape pod and get out. We fight against this boss monster that looks like a Gnosis fused with an eggs. I think it was Virgil's eggs. Oh, dang it, the ad started. Well, I'm going to have to just continue. Sorry. I got to get through this. And then back at the Zohar, Cherenkov is trying to like key something into it. He's trying to make it do something. Maybe it doesn't have to do with the Zohar, and it just happens to be that that kiosk is right in front of it, but it seems like he's doing something with the Zohar. There's only one escape pod left. The Gnosis are like overwhelming us, and then Cosmos shoots her giant Gatling gun to shoot the Gnosis, and just fires right through Virgil. Just absolutely lights him up, eviscerates him, completely destroys him with her gun. And Shion is like, I can't believe you did that. Like, why would you kill him just to kill the Gnosis? And Shion gives this very, like, you know, Terminator-esque android calculated answer, where she's like, you know, only 2 people are going to fit in the escape pod, so he wouldn't have been able to get in the escape pod anyways. And it was the most, like, straight shot way to get rid of that, to get rid of those Gnosis. So he just had to get shot by me. There was no other way around it. And for some reason, Shion just like expects more out of Cosmos in the way of like human emotions, even though there's not really any reason for her to have those expectations. But it seems like she just wants that to be a thing. She's very maternal to Cosmos. Or maybe not very, but she's a little bit maternal towards Cosmos because she made her. We fight another boss. The Gnosis bugs escape with the Zohar while we're fighting it, or right after. And then according to Cosmos, the stolen Zohar was not the original, but it's like an emulator. So that was like the big reveal, is that they stole the Zohar. Oh no, everything's gonna go wrong. And then she's like, don't worry, that's not the real Zohar, it's an emulator. And then Cosmos shoots this really cool looking gun, different gun, to plant a tracking device on the Zohar as the Gnosis are escaping with it into like a wormhole. And then we're supposed to head for Second Miltia. She receives a transmission from somebody while she's in like free space with Cherenkov, who's in a spacesuit and still alive. But we don't know who she got a transmission from. And she's just like standing on the pod that she came out of with Cherenkov. So we're kind of left to assume that Alan and Shion got into the pod, but we didn't actually see that happen, and we don't know where that escape pod is, but everything else got completely destroyed, and that's where we ended the game. So the ad already ran. I still need to step away for a few minutes to get ready to start the game, so I'm going to just run a Smash match, and you'll all get to see it since we're not in ads. How amazing for you. And then when we come back in 3 minutes, we're going to finally start the video game. Thank you for hanging out. If you've got a raid and run, totally understand. But if you can stick around, lots of Xenosaga to come today. See you all in a few minutes.
Free for all! Luigi, lead! Luigi! Yoshi! 3, 2, 1, go! Five, four, three, two, one. Time up. This game's winner is Yoshi.
All right. Thank you for letting me take that break, folks. Welcome back. Also, hello, Mesmer. I forgot to say hello to you, but I saw your message. What up to you as well? Yoshi wins. That brings it to 3-3 now. Tied up again after 6 rounds. This has been a good matchup so far. These two characters are next to each other in the working tier list. But it's also got some cool canonical implications, you know, the battle of the Mario sidekicks. If you're new here and you have no idea what the heck this is, we do N64 Smash Bros. Matchups during ad breaks, just for something to look at if you're behind the paywall. And we're making our own tier list to find out who the best level 9 CPU is. Running it on hardware on the 64, just for funsies. And we're on matchup number 44 of 66 possible matchups. So we're entering the latter third. If you want to pick who fights, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. Nobody has selected anybody for the next matchup yet, for number 45. You can pick anybody you want from the original cast of 12 characters, !smash, to get a list of the characters in chat. Or if you want to look at the spreadsheet of stats. And if somebody gets in ahead of you, you can pick who will fight against them. And I can help guide you on what opponents are possible based on which characters picked for red corner. Because we're getting down to it. Some of these characters are almost done with all their matchups. And then a couple have a ways to go. So we'll probably have a lot of repeated characters as we get close to the end. And the selection process will become obviously very, very narrow. And maybe I'll just kind of like randomly, arbitrarily determine the matchups at a certain point. We'll see. But yeah, Luigi currently in 9th out of 12, and Yoshi currently in 10th out of 12. Let me finish getting the stats updated here. There we go. But they're neck and neck. They're technically both have the same average score, 3.8. All right, I just got to finish this protein bar. I need to reset the PS2. I'm going to do that now. While I eat this and get my fingers sticky. Where's my controller? There's my controller. I had to load a previous save file so that we could do our recap on that screen. Because our current save file is like in the middle of cutscenes. And I liked that it let me save there because it was the perfect stopping point. But it's not common that you get to save. It's like, hey, you've just watched like 5 cutscenes and did a boss battle. Would you like to save before we make you watch another 5 cutscenes? Yes, I would. It kind of looked like a disc change screen. It very kind of felt like an end of disc 1 moment, honestly, in like a PS1 RPG. Okay, I keep looking at the time and not the date. Today is the 28th of August. I have a notes cam here, and I'm going to be taking notes by hand. I have a color coding system with markers and highlighters. I like doing it this way. This is just to help. That's what I was using for the recap. just to help me like understand the plot and like analyze stuff and remember stuff, because I don't have the best memory week to week. So it's fun. And it's like, you know, it's a nice little like diary keepsake of the playthrough that I could come back later to. All right, we're loading. Here we go. Maybe. There. This is a new ship.
What a mess. Whoever it was, they sure went all out. You think there's anything left out there? Hey, Tony.
Tony!
How long before the Federation gets here?
Well, let's see. The last SOS went out a half an hour ago, so...
This is very Outlaw Star.
Probably got at least 3 hours, right?
And I'm here for
No
it.
sign of any nearby ships either. Right, Hammer?
Yep. We're the only ship within a 5,000 light-year radius.
All right. That should be enough. Let's grab
Caution.
anything that looks salvageable.
Wait a second. Ah! This guy's hat says, "Caution, I am a boozer." That is crazy, brother. That is crazy. Okay, hold on. Let me write some stuff down here. A new ship appears in the debris field. I try to write as much as I can while people are talking. It's very convenient, but sometimes it gets ahead of me. A new ship appears in the debris field. 3 guys are surveying the wreckage. Possible scavengers. Oh, hang on a sec. Captain is not named yet. Other 2 guys are Tony and Hammer. Wonder if Hammer is a Xenogears nod. Just a name that Takahashi likes or something. There's no one around for 5K light years. That is nuts. Okay. Continuing on.
You know, Captain, I realize the deadline for paying back Master Guinan is right around the corner, but don't you think this is a little risky? If the feds find us out, we'd be lucky to get 10 years.
That's if they find out. You know the feds aren't gonna patrol all the way out here in the middle of nowhere.
Well, I just don't like the idea of feeding off the dead.
Okay.
What are we? Space jackals? Vultures? Hyenas?
You moron. What kind of metaphor is that? Don't be comparing us to extinct animals. You'll jinx us. We're recyclers, damn it. Environmentally friendly space recyclers.
Master Guinan told us to stay away from any side jobs, remember? He said it hurts the Foundation's image. I don't know. Oh ho! We got a wrecked ship here, 3 o'clock. Looks like a Ganymede class.
Nice work there, Tony. Good thing we were tapping the UMN emergency channel. Come on, pull in close, hurry.
Yep.
Okay, hold on. So they're recyclers trying to pay back someone named Master Guinan. What a name. Spelled like Geignum. Geignum style. They found the debris by tapping a UMN emergency channel. And then I'm not going to bother to write down the thing about the Ganymede class. I don't think that's a big deal.
We're vultures.
What was that?
You need that hat?
Spectrum matches up perfectly. It's a geocrystal.
All right. Not bad.
Geocrystal.
Let's start with that one.
Oh.
That's not a geocrystal, you idiot. It's a corpse.
Well, what'd you expect? This is a battlefield. It's no big deal. Don't bother wasting fuel. Just keep going and let it bounce off.
You're kidding, right? My dead grandma told me to be respectful of the dead.
Gonna let it hit like a bug on the windshield.
Bad karma. You do it, Captain.
You moron. What? Is that your grandfather out there? Don't be ridiculous. Just shut up and keep moving.
Man, not again. Captain, this is so typical of you, making us do all the dirty work.
You moron! What the hell are you doing? I said bounce it off!
Well, don't look at me. It got stuck on its own. It's not my fault.
Whatever, just get rid of it.
Hey, it's a girl. She might be cute, you know?
My ass, you sicko. Who the hell cares how she looks? She's dead.
Exactly. Besides, she's facing the other way. It's a shame we can't meet face to face.
Please open your communications line. I need to speak with you. Frequency 2020.
A talking corpse.
You moron! Open your eyes! That ain't no corpse!
This ain't happening. This ain't happening.
It's a reality, or a cyborg, something like that.
But I've never heard of a realien that can operate out in space.
Well, it's probably a military robot or something. Just open the channel. I'm Captain Matthews of the tramp freighter Elsa. We received your SOS signal earlier. It happened to be within range of our navigational path, so we rushed here to your rescue.
Liar.
Rescue?
So, is there anything we can do to assist you?
What do you mean, rescue? What about our side job?
Relax, you moron. We're gonna grab what we can while taking care of this little rescue. With this mess, I bet there's no one left alive anyway.
I will make this brief. I request that you gate jump to 2nd Miltia immediately.
Say what? Oh yeah. Keep dreaming, sweetheart. We can't leave yet. We still got work to do. And besides, 2nd Miltia? Have you any idea how much it would cost to travel that far?
There is no need for concern. We will cover all UMN gate fees incurred.
You expect us to believe that? Even if that were true, we've got other business to attend to right now. We don't have that kind of time.
My time is limited as well. Failure to comply will result in the destruction of this window.
Oh.
Go ahead, give it a try. The Elsa's forward window can withstand direct hits from debris as big as 6 millimeters. Punch from a girlie like you wouldn't even dent it.
One more strike and this window will shatter. It appears that none of you are wearing spacesuits. Keep in mind that I am making this proposal with goodwill.
She's such a
Toss
badass.
you out into space and take over the ship.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do it. Don't be so rash.
Had you accommodated me from the outset, we would have saved 1 minute 45 seconds. I am coming on board now. Please open the cargo bay.
Yeah, right.
One more thing.
What?
Do not accelerate in an attempt to knock me off. If you do so, I will destroy the engine and the entire ship with it.
She's got us, Red.
Shut up.
She's awesome. Whew. Oh, her pod. How did she do that?
Huh? Hey, Captain. I've got someone on the open channel.
Who could it be? Survivors?
Oh? Hold on. I'll put it on the speakers.
Is anybody out there?
Is that Alan?
Hello? Anyone? If
Yeah.
anyone is scanning this channel, please help! Come on, Chief, you give it a try.
Don't worry. A rescue ship will come for us eventually. I'm more concerned about Cosmos. Now, where could she be?
How would I know? Besides, we're not out of the woods yet. I mean, the Gnosis might still be around.
I'm not worried about that right now. We have to retrieve Cosmos.
Forget about Cosmos. What about us? If I knew this was gonna happen, I wouldn't have let everyone else go first. Maybe they're still around.
How much air does Cherenkov have out there? Do they know he's out there?
Alan, how can you be so insensitive after all that's happened?
What do you mean? Of course I'm traumatized. Chief, that was really uncalled for. Do you think that I'm an emotionless android? For you to even think that is the most traumatizing thing of all.
No, I never said anything like that.
You just did! You think I'm an android, don't you?
What the hell? Huh? Hey!
Shion,
Cosmos? Cosmos, is that you?
where are you right now?
I am on board a civilian ship passing through the area. Please remain at your current locale. A Federation rescue vessel should arrive soon.
Remain here?
Weird.
Cosmos, just what are you up to?
I am commandeering this ship to go to Second Milsha. These are my orders from headquarters.
You're going wait a second! What about us?
Unfortunately, you were not mentioned in my orders. Therefore, this mission takes priority.
Who did she get this mission from?
What, you expect us to sit here and wait for the cavalry?
That is the logical conclusion.
Wait a second! What guarantee do we have that the Federation will dispatch a rescue? Hey, what if no one comes? The two of us will starve to death inside this pod! You can't do this!
Actually, suffocation would come first.
Oh,
Your air supply will be depleted in 46 hours.
Oh, in that case, suffocation?
That is correct. But there is a 96% probability that a rescue vessel will arrive within 15 hours. Your chances of survival are high, but this is not a certainty.
But...
There's no way I'm going to allow this. You cannot act on your own, Cosmos. Bring us on board immediately.
There is no time for this. I am signing off. Shion, Alan, please take care.
Now just wait 1 second.
please take care now.
You better bring us on board, or I'll open the hatch. You hear me?
What? What are you doing, Chief? Please, don't do anything crazy.
Be quiet, Alan. Listen to me, Cosmos. You know what'll happen if I turn this lever, right?
Doesn't this go against your directive? After all, you're supposed to bring us back alive. Am I right?
You are delaying me from my mission. I suggest you do as you please.
Cosmos! You don't believe I'll do it, do you? I'm serious, you know.
Ah! She's really gonna do it!
why not help her? Sounds like she means it.
Hey, Chaos, you're up.
With all this racket, who could sleep?
The person that we saw in the flashback that was a silhouette kind of looked like that person.
So, is that okay with you? Well, it looks like she doesn't have any objections. So it's all up to you, Captain. What do you say? Think we ought to rescue them?
Well, if you say so. Sure, I don't mind.
Tony?
Yeah, why didn't this just happen already? I guess they were afraid to go against Cosmos as well.
Excuse us.
Okay, so there's Cherenkov.
I'm Captain Matthews.
My name is Shion Uzuki, and I'm from Vector Industries' first R&D division. And this is my coworker, Alan Ridgely.
Ooh, she co-workers owned him.
We do apologize for all the trouble our errant Cosmos may have caused you. Come on, Alan. Show them your gratitude.
Right. Thank heavens you were around to rescue us. We almost became space dust out there because of my stubborn boss here. Ah!
What?
You ought to save your thanks for Chaos over there. We were just gonna leave you and fly on out of here.
Is that character's name really Chaos? Why is Cherenkov just standing back there not saying anything?
Thank you, Chaos.
No, don't mention it. After all, we all need a little help sometimes.
Yeah. He often saves our hides too. So, we can't turn him down when he asks for a favor.
I see. That reminds me. Hey, Cosmos. And just what do you think you're doing? You left us and then tried to go to Second Milship by yourself. Maybe your OS is malfunctioning or something.
Yes, that is possible.
By the way, what were the orders from HQ?
Captain Matthews, may I use the maintenance lab next to the hangar?
Just a second, Cosmos.
Yeah, sure. What for?
Cosmos?
Due to the limitations of the test juice condenser, my energy reserves are almost depleted. I wish to receive a co-generator bypass in order to replenish them.
Hey! What is wrong with you? Answer me, Cosmos!
So, you'll cover the bill, right?
Yes.
Cosmo!
Shion,
Yes?
my sensors appear to be malfunctioning. Please adjust them before we disembark at our destination.
Why should I?
Please, Shion. This is part of your job, is it not?
I'm terribly sorry. The girl is just so stubborn. I do apologize for all the trouble.
She's like a mom whose daughter just became a teenager.
The ship's much livelier with more crew members.
You got that right. We can always use some more.
The Chaos person looks like the main character from Dark Crystal.
How about you and I get a suite and settle in with a nice bottle of wine?
Wow.
What? Hey!
Sure.
All right, that's enough, Tony.
Tony, laying it on.
Find her, at least she's a real girl. The other one's not even human. She's battle weaponry.
You think so, huh? She appears to be just like any other human to me.
Captain, any chance of stopping it soon?
Okay, finally.
You don't understand.
Call 'em. 3 or so days from Italia. If that's your destination, sure, I can do that.
I see. And the fee?
Today just ain't my day, and getting greedy now won't do me any good. I'll just put it on the tab.
I appreciate it.
Ah, don't mention it. You're a Marine. Let's just chalk it up to my bit of charity for the Corps.
Oh, and there's a Gnosis. Great.
A couple of them are still lurking around.
Ah, it's coming in!
Son of a bitch!
Just firing a gun in a spaceship, no problem. Hey, Shion, or Cosmos, we could use some Hilbert effect. Uh-oh. This isn't good.
I know.
He's very calm.
It's okay.
Why is your name lowercase? There's no time for that now. Oh. What? Whoa.
The Gnosis?
What did he just do?
Well, that's what I meant when I said he looks out for us.
Looks out for you? How did he just do that? I've never heard of a human that can defeat Gnosis.
There are those who draw well, and those who run fast. Hammer's navigational skills are top-notch, and his knowledge of the net is vast. Tony's helmsmanship skills are unrivaled. No one even comes close. Or so he claims. The captain? Well, no one holds a greater amount of debt than the captain.
Ah, yes. Hey, wait a second.
I believe everyone has at least one skill that they excel in over all others. It's something that defines who they are. Shion, what is it that defines you?
Huh?
This guy's gotta be a Realian, right? The way he talks. He's very android coded.
Same for me. It's just something I can do.
Yep, that's all there is to it.
Ah. I see. Right. I think I get it. It sort of makes sense when you put it that way.
Yep, that's how it is.
That's all that... What the... How can you be convinced by that? That was a Gnosis, Chief. A Gnosis!
Well, Captain, we better head for our destination before she throws us off the ship. The girl seems to be a stickler for schedules and all.
Man, oh man. So much for my grandiose plans. After this job, I was supposed to pay off my debts, then head to Keltia to see the Seraphim Sisters live in concert.
Oh, he's a Seraphim Sisters fan.
You owe Master Guinan too much. You'll never pay it all off. Man, the Seraphim Sisters again? You're really hot for them, aren't you?
Captain, you don't actually have to go all the way out to Keltia. Why don't you just connect to the UMN and watch it later?
You moron. Getting a visual feed is nothing compared to immersing yourself in the real thing.
It's true.
There's a world of
See live music,
difference
folks.
between the two. It's all about reality.
Who are you kidding? It's all the same. Your brain can't tell the difference.
Why you... Hurry up and take us
Zoomer
out.
take.
All right, roger that.
Well then, I'll take Shion and the others to their rooms.
That's very kind of you.
All right, you do.
Whenever they call this character Chaos, it's always in lowercase, so I don't think that's their name.
It's been one hell of a day.
Yeah, these characters are awesome.
Master Wilhelm, I have a report from Cosmos.
Oh.
John Uzuki and Alan Ridgely have both joined up with Cosmos.
I see.
This is fortune.
Okay, hold on. Actually, I'll try to keep up.
Especially since there's an unidentified ship closing in on the battlefield.
And if the ship were to threaten the girl, Cosmos would protect her. Is that not right?
Yes. That would be the prime directive.
Either way, it was a wise decision to pull back Cosmos. There's no need for us to continue serving them or the Federation any longer. Besides, the data for the Rhine Maiden is now complete.
Okay, pause. So Master Wilhelm is receiving a report about Cosmos's situation and the researchers' names are known. Wilhelm is interested in Cosmos's connection with Shion. He says they need not serve the Federation any longer, and that the data for the, I don't know if I should write this in orange or in green. I'm going to write it in orange. For the Rhine Maiden are complete.
All phenomena are moving forward as specified by this compass of order.
Whoa.
As for the rest, gather the necessary factors and wait for the other one to awaken.
Huh. Would you like to save? Yes. Yes, I would. We get to save again. We still haven't left cutscene land. Gad, we did your wheel spin earlier that I forgot about on Tuesday. But I still need to do my dumbbell exercises that we land on. I haven't done them yet. So I guess you'll get to see that. Okay. Is there anything else I want to write before we continue? I'm just going to write Wilhelm is giving producer of the Truman Show vibes. He refers to a compass of order tracking and predicting phenomena. So there's a lot of implications happening there. Holy moly. Okay. Continuing on. Get buff. Yeah, I gotta decide which kind of movement I want to do. Man, movie day. Call me a substitute teacher because it's movie day. Is this planet exploding? Or just disappearing.
What's 1.5 billion people to us?
Their innocence. Surely they deserve more respect.
Respect? For what? Save your philanthropy for someone that cares. The experiment may have been a failure, but I've taken steps to recover the emulator. If the need arises, I'm not against using the original either. All we have to do is repeat the process until we get results.
Okay. A man says he used the Zohar emulator and isn't afraid to use the real thing.
Is this all too much for your conscience to bear, Pellegrini? In that case, feel...
The woman is Pellegrini. And she is concerned about innocent lives. Whew, there's a lot happening right now. Oh, that wasn't up. Okay.
Feel free to reveal everything and wait for your death sentence.
What about you?
Me, tried in a court of ignoble commoners? Don't make me laugh. We are the ones who determine life or death. But wait. Pellegrini, are you telling me that you've forgotten everything we've been striving for these past 14 years?
Commander Margulis.
Oh, that's Commander Margulis. Okay. Okay, the man is... I didn't recognize him. The man is Commander Margulis. Also, there's 2 L's in Pellegrini. And he says they decide who lives or dies. They have been pursuing their mission for 14 years.
A message from Lieutenant Commander Vanderkamp, sole survivor of the Vanguard Force. The unit was decimated. The Zohar emulator unsecured.
Where's the Zohar now?
Location unknown. Possibly seized by the Gnosis.
Okay, pause again. A soldier reports that the Gnosis have the Zohar emulator the report came from Vanderkam. That's a new name, I'm pretty sure. I thought it was going to be Cherenkov.
I see. Notify the 474th Spec Ops Fleet. We may need to implement Plan 31. Have them stand by in the specified coordinates for further orders.
Yes, sir.
Complicated stuff. Okay, Federation capital. So this is some kind of bigwig council here.
So, what can you tell us about this man?
He was a special forces agent with the Federation Police, a counterterrorism specialist. Of course, that was over 100 years ago.
What? Okay. At the Federation... Sometimes I'm writing Federation in orange, and sometimes I'm just writing it in pen. Capital of 5th Jerusalem. What a name. A council is discussing an unnamed man who was a counter-terrorism specialist over 100 years ago. Who are we writing a lot today? Oh, I didn't have the notes up. Sorry.
Now he's a cyborg working freelance missions.
A cyborg? How anachronistic.
He's a relic from the days when they reanimated the dead. They didn't have disposable realities like we do now.
Well, he's certainly got quite a resume.
Rumor has it he deliberately seeks out missions with low odds of success.
Is he insane or just fascinated with death?
Well, he's been given a clean
That
bill of
voice is
health.
nuts.
It doesn't look like he does it for the killing.
Advances in science have placed thousands of drugs on our shelves. And yet, we still let psychiatrists wield their influence over us. They use these assessments to validate their existence. I don't believe them one bit.
Well, he's got an extremely high success rate. I think he'll be fine.
Sir, he's here.
Show him in. That'll be all.
Yes, sir.
Ziggurat 8, isn't it? Upon your death in TC-40...
Okay. The man enters the council chamber and is introduced as Ziggurat 8. What a name.
667, you donated your body and chose to become a product of Ziggurat Industries.
That's correct.
Have you heard about the mission?
No.
Recently, we received information that a certain armed group has shown signs of resurgence.
That's Steam Flume.
This same group was responsible for the events that took place 14 years ago.
Or no, it's not. It's Gene Starwin.
That's right. The information we've received from our independent sources has helped to identify the location of the UTIC organization's hideout.
This structure was originally a shrine for some long-lost ancient religion. It was eventually abandoned and remained uninhabited for centuries.
So, you want me to infiltrate and collect information on the group?
If that was all we needed, we would have left it to our intelligence agency.
Actually, to put it simply, we need you to rescue someone and return her to her rightful place. And technically, she's not human.
Just tell me what I need to know.
A child? Is she a civilian?
She's a Realian, a 100 series Realian. You've heard of them?
The 100 series observational Realians, built specifically to combat the Gnosis. I've heard rumors of them, but I didn't know they were disguised as children.
Is this the first time you've seen the real thing?
Yes. But isn't Vector already mass-producing them?
This is a prototype. It will serve as the model for all future 100 series observational units.
So, what you're telling me is that securing this little girl takes priority over all else, right?
It helps that you're a quick study.
So, will you take the mission?
A cyborg has no rights. I cannot refuse your request. I will analyze the situation and let you know what weapons and resources I need. I don't mean to demand any compensation, but may I make one request?
Go ahead.
After my return, I ask that you eliminate the neural memories residing in my brain from my previous life.
That's not a problem. But it could be a difficult procedure with a body as outdated as yours.
Add as many synthetic parts as necessary.
What an odd request. These days, Realians are clamoring for human rights, but here's a man who wants to become a machine. All right, we'll make the arrangements.
Thank you.
You can get the specifics from her, Dr. Yuri Mizrahi, later.
Okay, gotta pause there. He asks to have his human memories erased. A woman on the council, Dr. Yuli Mizrahi, seems especially interested in Ziggurat. And will provide him his mission specifics. Okay.
Well, well. He didn't die in the line of duty. It says here he committed suicide. One shot in the head from his beloved pistol.
Did you say suicide? Can we entrust the 100 series to that man? What if his self-destructive tendencies arise?
Not to worry. He's been equipped with a safety mechanism which prevents him from hurting himself or abandoning his mission. He was brought back to life against his will. Once he replaces the rest of his brain with synthetics, he'll be a complete machine. Only then will he be legally dead.
Ooh.
How are you feeling, 100 series Realian?
Okay, we gotta pause here. I'm gonna have to run an ad. And we just learned something. Okay, so we see the 100 series Realian girl is in the custody of Margulis. All right, we'll come back here in about 3 minutes. I got to run an ad. And thanks for being here for movie time.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go! This game's winner is Yoshi.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, that took a lot longer. The little guy made a big mess and he needed my help. Let's see. Yoshi wins again. So this is Yoshi's first time going into the lead. Whoa. 4-3 is our updated score. So they're staying neck and neck. Let's get the scores updated on there and on here. There we go. And with that, Yoshi temporarily knocking Luigi out of the 9th place spot and taking it from him. So they're going to be duking it out for 9th place here, is essentially what's happening. Let's get back over to the game, or the movie, I should say. Okay, so Commander Margulis has the 100 series Realian girl in his custody. So now we know that Ziggurat is going to have to go here to get her for whoever that Federation Council was. Continuing on.
Is the food here unsatisfactory? Even Realians require nourishment, you know. Are the Federation's 100 series Realians so ill-mannered that they don't even reply to simple questions?
I don't like that name.
Well, my goodness, pardon me. And what would you like to be called, Miss 100 series Realian?
I don't like strangers to be calling me by my name. Where are you planning on taking me?
That, I'm afraid, is not for you to know.
What will happen to me?
You're going to help us out. Machines like you exist to be used. What happens to you after that, God only knows. Assuming you people even have a god, that is.
All I can really do is seek out and find the Gnosis. I can't help you with anything.
That may be true. But this part of you is a little different. We'd like to have a word with the man you have hidden inside of you.
What? Okay. She claims that she can only assist in locating Gnosis. She alludes to having a real name or preferred name. But she does not give it. Margulis says we'd like to have a word with the man you have hidden inside you. So maybe that means like her creator was a man and he like downloaded his consciousness or knowledge or something. All right.
In any case, you'd best be keeping yourself alive as long as possible. He will be arriving soon.
Trying to think what I know her VA from.
Mommy, I want to go home to the lab.
46 hours later. I did see that. Okay, we're out of a cutscene. Let's see. The mission objective is to rescue a 100 series Realian. Now where is she being held captive? I don't want to cause a commotion until I find the Realian. It would be best to avoid unnecessary confrontations. Okay, wow, we made it to gameplay. Amazing. So we are in control of Ziggurat 8, who is in cloaking aboard whatever this ship or colony is. So we arrive aboard Margulis ship as a cloaked / invisible Ziggurat 8. Okay, we're playing the video game for the first time today. And I was wondering if I was going to be able to access the UMN. I am not able to, because there would be so many new entries to read. Let's take a quick peek at Ziggurat. Ziggy? He goes by Ziggy for short? Oh, I love that. He's got a beam pod. Cyborg armor unit. We got some accessories. Does Ziggy play guitar? Let's see what else we can learn here. Skills. He doesn't know any skills. He's got 2 different attacks, special attacks here. And what about Ether? My Guard. So he has like the opposite of Cosmos's Ether. We still haven't used any points on our main party yet either, as far as that goes. We have a bunch of points for tech points and Ether that we haven't used yet. But I feel good about waiting. Okay, I still have access to my same inventory from the previous party. So my inventory is very much like an omniscient narrator perspective. I may not be able to use some of this stuff, but good to know. Not a character-specific inventory. I don't remember getting this skill upgrade thing, so this actually gives skill points to a random character. That is very interesting. I know I just broke away for an extended break, but I want to try to get back on the hour with the ads here. So that's what I'm going to do. So let's drop a save here. I need to get the little guy going with his lunch. So we'll run an ad to get back on the hour. We'll drop a new save here, so we'll call this... I'm not going to bother writing down the saves that happen during cutscenes. That seems silly. But this is save slot number 17. And this is Ziggurat And it looks like the name of this place is Pleroma. So let's write that down. Or Pleroma. Okay, and I'm going to switch over to Smash Bros. And run a 3-minute ad. We'll be back shortly.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Yoshi's on a run, folks. He's on a run. This makes it 5-3. That's 3 in a row for the dinosaur. And puts him 1 away from clinching the matchup. Luigi was looking strong at the beginning, but maybe not so much now. See if he can hang on to it. We do need to pretty soon select our next combatants. So if you've got 1,000 channel points going spare, you can cash in who fights next if you would like. We will randomly generate a matchup if nobody brings one in time. That's enough to tie Yoshi for 8th place. Very tight in the middle bottom of the pack there. All right. We're all updated, and we can come back to gameplay. Actually, Shane, you don't need to save your points for Xenosaga Episode 2, because whenever we play a game that's in a series, one of the subsequent poll options will always be to be able to vote for more of the same series. So, you know, like when we did Suikoden, the next Suikoden game was automatically going to be on the next poll, all that sort of thing. So, Xenosaga 2 will be on the next poll anyways. You don't need to save up your points for that. Yo, what's up, SNES? How you doing? You're kind of hoping Xenosaga wins your next wheel, but you suspect Front Mission 3 will get a win. Oh, interesting. Have you played Saga before, SNES? Would it be a replay for you? I'm just assuming that you wouldn't be in here if you hadn't played the game before, but maybe you would. A bit? Never finished. Okay, gotcha. This does seem like a common game where a lot of people might play the game but not make it all the way through. Alright, we've saved the game. We're on the ship. We are invisible. Very cool. Clay Aiken mode. What a reference. Alright, Shane coming in with a points redeem. As soon as I say that he doesn't need his points for Xenosaga 2, he's ready to spend them. So Jigglypuff will be the red corner fighter for the next matchup. If you want to choose an opponent for Jigglypuff, you can do so with 1,000 channel points. Your options are Captain Falcon, Fox, and Link. Captain Falcon, Fox, and Link. Those are your 3 options for Jigglypuff opponents. She technically hasn't faced Luigi yet either, but in the interest of variety, Captain Falcon, Fox, and Link are Jigglypuff's last 3 matchups for now. Boom, and there's SNES. All right, C Falcon. There we go. So the next matchup, after we're done with this one, will be Captain Falcon, or Jigglypuff versus Captain Falcon. This one is probably going to be pretty brutal. This is I would say this is a very good candidate for another shutout. Like Jigglypuff hasn't been shut out yet, which is very interesting because she's the lowest ranked character. There are 3 other characters that have been shut out, but they are still ranked above Jigglypuff, which is very interesting. But I feel like Captain Falcon might shut Jigglypuff out. Probably the best character that she's been up against. Or as far as our rankings go, definitely the best that she's been up against. Although, technically, Mario is provisionally in second place, which is wild. The top end of our tier list is really evening out. Fox in first place, of course, but has been knocked down a couple of pegs. Mario in second, Link in third, and then Captain Falcon in fourth. For a while, it was Fox in a league of his own in first, Captain Falcon kind of in a league of his own in second, and then everybody else. But the working tier list makes it skew a little bit. Like Mario has been in significantly less matchups than Link, so it kind of makes sense that he would have a higher average, or it just happens to make sense that his average is higher, but it's not by much. It's not by much. They're only separated by 0.2 of a point, and then Captain Falcon is only 0.1 of a point below Link, so it's very close. Fox is still kind of far and away above everybody else, 8.6 average score, and then Mario in second place is 7.2. But Fox was in the 9s, so thanks Pikachu for dropping him down a couple pegs. All right, let's play this video game. So I'm assuming I can't. I wonder if I can like talk to people. Like, can I like listen to them? Yeah, okay. I didn't want them to be like, huh, and then fight me, but I want to hear their conversations. The Realian that Commander Margulis acquired supposedly possesses incredible powers. That artificial humanoid that looks like a kid? It's gotta be just a rumor. But Commander Margulis seems quite attached to it. It's supposedly locked up in solitary confinement in the area past the shrine. Okay. The area past the shrine. We still don't know her name, so I'm just gonna call her Realian Girl. Realian girl is in solitary confinement. In the area past the shrine. I don't know what the shrine is, so I'm going to put that in quotes. Well, maybe our footsteps are cloaked too, Shane. Yeah, the Fox Pikachu matchup was a big turning point for sure. Link, Falcon, Fox. You could all see shutting Jigglypuff out. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, they're the ones left to face her, and yeah, it is possible. It is very possible that they would all shut her out. But Mario couldn't do it. Pikachu couldn't do it. Very interesting. Based on what we've seen from Mario and Pikachu, I would have thought that they could shut her out too. Well, I guess maybe not Pikachu, but Mario? Mario's been, like, surprisingly dominant. Except against Samus and Ness, which is really weird. Okay, same dialogue there. This feels very Shadow Moses, a little bit. Shadow Moses in space. Huh? There's no one around for this guy to talk to, so he doesn't really say anything. Was that a fly? Soldier D, what a name. Smack. Damn, it got away. Okay, I like how I can, like, impede his movement and it doesn't do anything. That's awesome. Yeah, Ness is an interesting one. Like, it feels very... Wow, these guys look like Zaku. UTIC Organization's multi-purpose eggs, type Mercurio. It's going to be tough to take this on by myself. Or not Zaku. What are they called? Xeon? There's so many Z names in Gundam. I wouldn't be surprised if Ziggurat was used too. But yeah, Ness's matchups seem very specific. Like, he has a very specific move set. It's going to work really good against some characters and work horribly against others. A fire? There's an open flame? Are we not in a space hangar? How is there an open flame right there? Are those fire extinguishers? I didn't mean to come in here yet. Also, why am I, like, sneaking around and leaning against walls if I'm invisible? Yeah, maybe, SNES. Maybe it is, like...
Damn it, a malfunction.
Also, this guy having the same voice actor as Inspector Lunge is so perfect.
So that 100 series Realian is encoded with extensive amounts of research data left behind by the founder of UTIC?
This, like, hyper-calculated...
Yes. It's data that
inhuman person.
Fate of mankind.
Talk about typecasting.
The founder of UTIC was the same man who advocated the creation of that...
Okay. The founder... of UTIC. We don't know what that is yet. Advocated... I don't know what advocated the creation. Probably just means he didn't directly create her. Advocated the creation... of... I guess I'll start writing her name in blue. The Realian girl. And when we finally get her name later, I can write that in pink to translate to myself.
Child, the 100 series observational unit, Joachim Mizrahi.
Oh.
Madman who lost his...
So presumably related to her, the founder's name is Joachim Mizrahi. For a second, I was thinking Mizrahi was the name of the archaeologist at the very beginning, but it was like Matsuda or Masuda or something like that. Masuda.
Humanity by immersing himself in science. You look as if you have something to say. Yes, you guessed correctly.
Oh.
He is my ex-husband. Do you...
Okay. He is... What was her name? Julie? Yeah. Yuli? So Yuli and Joachim. What a cute couple name. He is... for my own sake, I'll refer to her as Dr. Yuli's ex-husband.
Want to know what it was like being married to a murderer?
Oh, he was also a murderer.
In any case, it's certain that the organization is frantically trying to get its hands on that data. I'm afraid we don't have much time to spare.
Understood. I'll be leaving tomorrow at 0600 hours.
Our hopes rest on you.
There's one thing I'd like to clarify.
Yes?
My instructions are to take the Realian to the Milshan star system. Yet she's registered with the government as your daughter.
Oh. Okay. Hold on. This is very significant. Okay. Two very important things here. Ziggurat is supposed to bring the Realian girl to the Milsha system. She is legally registered as Dr. Yuli's daughter. Which maybe we could have inferred from her being commissioned by her ex-husband, but still very significant.
Why is it that you don't want me to bring her back here?
We're currently carrying out an operation based in the area between Milsha and Mictum.
Mictum?
An operation vital to the human race. That's why I'm sending her there. That's all I can say right now. Besides, this way, I won't have to see her either.
Yuri, Mizrahi, what a strange woman.
Okay. So it seems the doctor has a complicated relationship with her quote-unquote daughter. I could imagine many reasons as to why. Okay. We're back, we're in control. Can I go back this way? I didn't feel like I completely explored this area. It just kind of pulled me into that cutscene. But I guess the problem now is that I'm visible. Obtained scope. Oh, and that killed my analog. I was like, why can't I move? So I'm guessing this guy would just fight me. if I get too close to him. I love how I have these like giant Frankenstein footsteps too. It looks like my footsteps will echo on this floor. It would be best not to run in order to avoid alerting the enemy. I can walk by holding down the R2 button while I move. Right. He's still making crazy clanker noises. Oh, don't mind me. Please don't turn around. Whoo! Okay. Nice. I want to hear the Wait. We got to do this for the bit. This is too funny. You guys know where I'm going with this? Now it feels right. Now I'm ready for stealth. Oh no! Let me just hit the loading zone here. Are we good? Oh, dang it. How did they... Oh, because I'm running. I'm an idiot. I gotta walk. You heard nothing. Alright. We're just gonna have to do some battles here. I'll turn this music on. I think the joke has made itself. I'm assuming I'm like super strong, so... Ziggy got hands. These guys are pretty strong though. Especially in a 3-on-1. That arm blade is pretty wild looking. I don't have my, oh, I got a scope. I picked a scope up off the ground. I need to equip that. That's the thing that Shion has that lets me see how much health the enemy has, which is very important to, like, me choosing what types of attacks to use. You about done over there, little guy? Oh yeah, you're done. You're done ski. Alright, when I get out of this battle, I gotta go put the little guy back in his spot and feed the puppies. He's much happier than he was about a half hour ago. Nice critical. Not enough. But we got 2 turns in a row. But I'm assuming just the one guy on the map is this encounter of 3, so... I missed what you said there, Ziggy, sorry. Ooh, nice. 2 medkits, though. Alright, try to grab this chest while I'm in iframes. This guy's right on top of me.
Watch the enemy closely and react quickly.
I'm gonna have to heal myself. I should have healed myself first. So we're gonna need to do a big one. Oh, Andy got me with the poison. These guys have really scary outfits. So they're definitely incentivizing you to not take a lot of these encounters. Or grind. Okay, I think I have to go for the kill on this guy. And then hope that I don't take 72 damage next turn. Please. Oh! Oh, he's attacking again. Alright, we're dead. That's fine.
I'm sorry.
Doo-da, beat-up, and boo-doo-da. Beat. That's alright. We'll try to do a better job stealthing. Alright, give me a couple minutes here, folks, just to get the little guy set and feed the puppies. I'm not going to run an ad or anything. So I'll try to be as quick as I can. I should be able to do it in less than 3 minutes, but it might be 3 minutes. Gobi's very excited. She's been staring at me for about 90 minutes, waiting for this moment. Okay, BRB. Alright, I'm back. Sorry for the dead silence. Probably should have turned the music on. So, we're back on the ship. And we're gonna investigate again. I'm just gonna mash through this text again so that the game knows that I talked to these people. I don't think we talked to this person last time. Oh, this is Soldier D. We never talked to Soldier C. I wish my shift would end so I can get relieved. Man, I'm sleepy. Okay. And here's the scope. We're gonna immediately equip that. Go lay down, Gobi. I have fulfilled my commitment to you. Please stop staring at me. Let's see. Dexterity and agility. I don't even know what dexterity does yet. So let's give him the scope. And then I guess we could do the protector instead, if we wanted. Physical defense +2 instead of agility +1. Wait, you can choose... Interesting. You can choose to forego your armor and just give yourself a third accessory. That's kind of cool, actually. I like that. Alright, that'll help a lot, having that scope. I don't know why my analog just turns off sometimes. Alright, and we can skip these scenes. And now it's sneaky time. We never went up here. Is there anything up here? Oh, you can actually, like, see stuff. Oh, there's a chest up there. Interesting. So how would I get up there? It's probably accessed from a completely different area. This works with the music so much more. This is so perfect. With, like, the fixed camera angle and everything. That's too good. Man, we move slow when we walk. Alright. So, this guy comes around from the underside. Yep, he's telling us not to run. We already know that. And we'll follow this guy. Okay, now let's see if we can do better in this second room here. I want to destroy these things and get the items inside, but they can hear it. So let me just kind of experiment with their hearing range. Seems like they can't hear it if they're on the far side of the brazier. I still don't understand why there's fire here. That's really, really strange. Like, fire is so the opposite of sci-fi. Okay, I don't know how he didn't see me there, but thank you. Oh god. Okay, so there's a chest in the middle of this room here. And I want to get it. But we need the guy in the middle to be just at the right spot of his cycle. And I don't know if we're going to get that opportunity. Oh, we got it. Okay. follow this guy over here. And then grab that. Oh man, I'm sneaky. Slash, these guys are idiots. So we got Decoder 11, which probably means there's going to be red doors on this ship too. And it's just, you know, a metagame concept that we don't want to overthink. But I actually can't look at it because I need the UMN to look at it. So it could also mean that you get the key here, but the doors aren't here. Chest down there. Ooh, this is nice music. Okay. Okay, Mitsuda. So we're getting some very specific camera shots here to let us know that chests exist in certain areas, even though we can't get to them, so that we can probably come back and get them later. Very cool, whatever that is. I mean, it's cross-esque, but it's not a cross as we know it. Oh, and then that just goes away. So that song is only for that little church area. Alright, what is this guy's pattern? Where is he? Oh. That Aegis looks formidable. I'd like to avoid fighting if possible. I wonder if I could distract him? Can I tap on the wall like it's Boktai? This robot walking around with a big sword is such a funny image. There's a switch to operate the crane. Press it. Yes. He's like, what the? Alright, stay over there. Stay over there. Don't hear my footsteps. So we gotta come back into this room too. Man, there's a lot of chests here. It could also be a thing where we don't even get these chests on this visit.
That's odd. B block hasn't checked in yet. I'll go check up on them. You two, stay right there. Yes, sir.
Are those shoes?
Something wrong out there?
Shut up and sit down.
That must be where she is.
They don't hear it.
Do not hesitate if you wish to live.
Alright, there's only 2 of them. So this will be better than the mobs of 3. Nice miss. Alright, so they have 90 HP. I love that I can wait a second after each attack to decide if I want to continue to add more attacks based on how much damage is done. I've never played a game with combos where you were able to do that. You can like see how much the first attack does and then decide if you want to do a second attack or what kind of second attack. It's like he's already dead. So quiet. Shouldn't have had all those tacos.
Who are you?
The contact subcommittee sent me here to rescue you.
The contact subcommittee? Mommy?
Oh, okay. So let's write some things down here real quick. I'm going to start writing his name as Ziggy in my notes because it's cute and because it's less letters. Ziggy arrives at Realian Girls cell block and takes out the guards. He says he was sent by the Contact Subcommittee. What a name. Which the girl recognizes as her mother's council group. So now we have a name for that group of people, the Contact Subcommittee.
Stand away from the door. I'm going to break it in.
Wait, you can't! They said an alarm would go off if I tried to force it open.
Ziggy is Ziggy.
I guess looks can be deceiving.
There should be a master key held somewhere in this block. If you can find it.
All right. I'll be right back.
I'm going to have to look up her VA and figure out what I know her from. It's definitely more than one thing. I just can't think of this character that I'm thinking of. If it's a game or an anime from this era. Maybe it's Eternal Sonata? There's a save point in there. Interesting. The master key. These guys holding anything? No. Okay. Well, I doubt going back the way that we came is anything interesting. And then it looks like that's probably a thing I can shoot and blow up. Oh, okay, this is the same room where the... Okay. What is that thing? Very spidery. Are you going to come back this way and go to the right? No, you're going in a circle. Kind of want to shoot this right now. Is that going to help me in the battle? Oh, I should have healed myself. Oh, and there's a crab here? Oh, it is a crab. Okay. I was hoping it would just be a guy or two guys. 120 versus 160. This guy has more health, too. That sucks. Oh, there's a third guy. I didn't even see him until just now. We might die here. The things we do for treasure, man. Alright, 79. We might be able to do 79 without doing 3 attacks. Or what if we just... I guess it doesn't matter. That's 79. Okay, and then I should be able to do 120 to this thing in one turn. Okay, so we need like 45. Okay, yeah, we're good. Okay, so now I'm going to heal myself. Oh my god, I still haven't done those dumbbell exercises. I'll do that with the next ad break. Alright, let's do one of these. Nice dodge. Alright, then we'll go all in on this one. This should be enough. Oh yeah, nice critical.
Don't take it too hard. You didn't stand a chance.
This little Yu-Gi-Oh thing. Scrap iron. Oh boy, is there going to be crafting in this game? Wouldn't be surprised. Okay, I need to heal myself. And I also need to be careful because we don't have many healing items. So we need to really stealth it out. Alright, let's wait for that crab to go by. And then I'm actually going to follow it. Make sure it turns left. Yeah. There is a tombstone. It seems to be a relic from when this base was a shrine. Huh. So this is referred to as a base. So you can use that to escape from encounters, but it doesn't give you any type of advantage if you choose to take the encounter. Oh, there is a door over here. Okay, unexpected. I was like, where are we supposed to go? This is a dead end. Ooh. Lots of boxes. Cool, more healing items. Oh god. I forgot that enemies could be in boxes. I like how he's like pushing me out of the way. Okay, that's okay. We can deal with two of these guys. We just don't want to take too many battles because we'll run out of healing resources. At least not until we can get to the save point. Sorry, I'm getting distracted looking at the little guy on the monitor. He's being wild and crazy. Not taking his nap.
The first rule of survival is to only think about oneself.
Put him down a little bit early. But he should figure it out soon. Okay, that was definitely worth it. We got a lot of items there. So what is the... Oh, cutscene. This seems to be the monitoring room. Okay. Where else can I go? It won't open. Okay. So we gotta go this way. So far we're on a fairly linear path here. What is that thing? Oh boy. Security bot? That looks like something I don't want to fight. This must be the monitoring room. I can see every detail of the base's layout. Okay. There's a chest down there. I can't do anything with this? Well, I want this chest. So... We gotta go for it. Maybe you won't hurt me? Intruder detected. Commencing attack. Okay.
Do not hesitate if you wish to live.
Alright, it's only one enemy, but it has 450 HP. So it just depends on how much damage this thing can do. Oh, spoke too soon. So these little ads have 60 HP, so we should be able to take them out pretty easily. Nice, okay. That one's gone. Trying to keep my 6 AP saved for when I get to attack this thing. Okay, here we go.
Let's go.
Beautiful crit. Decreasing my ether, that's totally fine. We're not using it. That's not good. We don't want to get crit. And we have some kind of status now, too. Let's see here. 137 for the main unit. Oh, that's just the ether down status. Okay, that's fine. I think I gotta do the same thing I did last time. Oof, that's not good. Oh, right. The triangle attack is an ether attack, so I should have not done that. Why can't I use high kick? Oh, because they're in the air. I don't have a choice. Okay, this is pretty brutal. But we gotta get rid of this guy. So we'll use all 6 AP if we need to, I guess, to make sure that we take this thing out. And then we can heal next turn. Or actually, let's just go for the kill here. We should have it. Alright, we need a big attack here. Like 80. Okay, yeah, we're good. Cool.
Don't take it too hard. You didn't stand a chance.
Whew, there's some dirt at the bottom of this tea. Okay, cool. We got another med kit there, which is great. We didn't even have to use one to get through the battle, so that's a gain. I gotta close this window. It's distracting me. All right. Keep seeing the Zelda logo on my periphery. Oh, that's the master key. Okay, we had to do this. But what else does the master key open? You know what I mean? It's probably how we get those chests. I think what I want to do is I want to backtrack to open up the cell block that has the save point and save, but then I'm going to come back here and see what I can do. Because I bet the master key opens this door. Oh, okay, just kidding. Alright, well, we're going to go back this way. I don't think that there was another place I could go from this room, but I need to check. All the destructible objects respawning is a little bit annoying. It would be nice if they were persistent, so I could remember if I had destroyed them or not. But the encounters aren't persistent either, which really sucks. I wanted to make sure there wasn't a door over here. It doesn't look like there is. Now I gotta walk all the way around again to make sure I don't get seen by that guy over there that I already beat up. Okay, back up these stairs into the cell block. And let's get this. A speed stim. Wonder what that is. Probably a temporary speed boost. And then we'll hit our save here. Oh, I keep thinking I'm going to go into the menu to save. This is a confirm to save game. Alright, so this is going to be slot number 18, I believe. Yep. And we'll call this Pleroma. Master key. Before release. Man, I really want to keep looking around and see if I can get these items that are here, but it doesn't feel like I'm going to be able to. Like, we didn't pass any other doors on the way here. So I think I should probably just let her out and see what happens. And if we end up, you know, completely in a different play section, then we should just know that, you know, we'll probably be coming back here later. And that's when we'll get those items, and they're just kind of teasing us. Because there's not a door over behind where that eggs is standing. It's also funny that he's still standing over there. So yeah, let's just do it. Use the master key. Hello. Are you going to tell us your name now?
Let me just confirm. You are the 100 series observational unit prototype, correct?
I don't really like that name.
Do you have another one?
Oh.
We'll talk later. Let's go.
Momo! Daddy calls me Momo.
Momo.
I meant he called me Momo.
All right. Let's go, Momo.
Okay.
Okay. She's immediately attached to anyone who's being nice to her. Poor girl. If we get into a fight, I will support you from the rear row. I don't want to get in your way up front. Plus, if I'm directly behind you, I can prevent the enemy from pushing you back to the rear row with certain attacks like back toss. Oh, we didn't even know that was a thing. Interesting way to teach us that. Very cool. Affirmative. But if I guard myself against attacks like back toss, I can prevent that from happening. Don't concern yourself with me. Concentrate on yourself. We must hurry. Let's go. Okay, so there's attacks that can move you between the front row and the back row. And if you have a character directly behind you, they can't do that. Well, I don't see myself using guard a lot, so I'm actually going to take her suggestion. I wonder if she's able to attack, and putting her there prevents her from being able to attack. Sorry for the alarm. She's got an HP recovery and a sleep ability. And she does have regular attacks, so we'll have to see if it's possible for us to use these while she's directly behind another character. That may be the cost of putting her there. No skills. No skills to extract. So we can extract this one if we have enough skill points, which we do. So then we would permanently get that boost without needing the accessory. Very cool. I'm excited to mess around with that more. It still feels too early, though. Alright. So now we're probably going to get attacked by everything in sight. But we'll see. Dr. Maul, welcome in. How's it going? Yeah, Chaos doesn't even get a capital letter. I'm still convinced that that's not his name. But we'll see. There's a sign in here. That's so funny.
This way for shrine rental.
Oh, this doesn't look good. 2 enemy entities. An enhanced cyborg and a child model Realian. Our mission is to prevent them from getting past this point. Aggressive measures are prohibited. Attacking the Realian is strictly prohibited.
These guys are certainly not idiots. Their response time is quick. They can also change their routes. Looks like I really have my work cut out for me this time.
Wait, what? Are they gonna, like, walk away and disperse and we do stealth again? What? Can we just... It just won't let us go this way because we wouldn't make it? Okay, so maybe we have to, maybe we have to go back the other way. And we can go through that door we found. Let's try that. Lovely alarm we're having, isn't it? Alright, so we'll go back this way. This cheeky little guy pretended to be dead so he could hit his kill switch alarm. Still want to make sure there's no door over here. Okay, no door over here. So we're going to go back in here. Man, the alarm with no music is really rough, too. You give it a 9 out of 10? I've definitely heard a lot worse in video games. So if 10 is like the most annoying, I'd probably give this like a 5. Maybe even a 4. Wait, what? I was supposed to go in here? Let me just hide next to this open window. Okay, at least he ducks down.
Are you a military Realian?
No, an ex-human.
Ex-human is crazy.
A cyborg. An ancient relic. I registered as an organ donor without giving it much thought, and they resurrected me after my death.
That infamous Life Recycling Act, right?
Yeah.
So he wanted to die.
This Preservation Act came about thanks to the mess that old law caused.
You still haven't told me your name.
It's Ziggurat. 8.
Ziggurat? 8? You're a real human, but your name sounds more like a model number. I know. How about I call you Ziggy instead?
Ziggy!
GGY. It's short for Ziggurat.
get you a real one if I could, but I just couldn't get one.
Oh no, it's great, Dad. He's so cute. Hey, Dad, what's his name? Did you give him one yet?
Nexus 6.
That's just his model number, isn't it? That makes him sound like a robot.
Yeah.
I know. How about Nex? It's short for Nexus 6. What do you think? Huh, Dad?
Yeah. That's a great name.
Really? Come on, Nex. Let's go. Come on, boys. Do you think it sounds like a puppy's name?
Oh, so he told her that?
No. Call me whatever you want.
Okay, then Ziggy it is. You'll sound a lot more human now.
But he doesn't want that.
Well, looks like they're gone.
This is a very interesting dynamic. No, yeah, I didn't miss that part, Shane. Yeah, I didn't miss that part. Yeah, he had a very dark introduction for sure. He seems like a very broken character. Oh, we can operate this terminal. What does that do? Oh, it opens that door. Okay, cool. All right, sounds great, Shane. Yeah. I'm sure that's something that I'll be very similarly to 10-2. I'm sure I'll be excited when this game is over to hear about like mechanical nuances and like people's preferences and stuff, how they played the game. That'll be interesting. But definitely hold until the end. That goes for everybody, obviously. There's a lot of cool stuff going on with these characters so far, though.
Commander, the intruder is after the 100 series.
Really? Probably one of the government's dogs.
The intruder disappeared from our sensors near D Block. All units are currently patrolling the area.
Surround D Block. We'll fence them in from both sides.
Yes, sir.
Great. Okay, let me pause for a second. I got some things I want to write down. I have a question to highlight. And then just the last thing here. Margulis is aware of the intrusion and is taking lockdown measures and sending security after us. All right, I need to run another ad break as well. Oh, I'm ahead of you, Dr. Maul. Interesting. I feel like it's rare to find an RPG stream watcher that is playing the same game but is behind the streamer. I feel like you're either like you've completed the game before and you enjoy it, or you want to know more about it, or you want to experience it again, so you're watching somebody else play it, or you don't really plan to play it, so you don't care about seeing somebody else do it. You know, I feel like most people probably fall into one of those two camps. So that's interesting that you're also playing this game, but I'm farther than you. That's cool. We don't get a lot of that. I'm going to switch over to Smash Bros, and I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Thanks for being here, folks.
Free for all! 3, 2, 1, go!
Alright, I'm back. I didn't see it, but I heard that this went to sudden death and that Luigi won. So that's pretty spicy. That's going to bring our score to 5-4. Luigi closing the gap. Trying to stop Yoshi from clinching victory here. Only 2 more rounds to go. So we'll see if it comes down to the wire here. I guess it kind of already is. Welcome in, Cheaty. How are you? Nice to see you. All right, 4 points for Luigi. We now have a 3-way tie for 8th place in our dynamic tier list here between DK, Yoshi, and Luigi. Pretty wild. All happen to be sitting at a 4.0 average for the moment. Just shows you how tight the middle of the pack is here. All right, 2 more rounds to go with these characters, and then we'll switch to Jigglypuff versus Captain Falcon. That'll happen sometime tomorrow. Let's go back to the game, shall we? Here we are. So, we are on the run from some security that's inevitably going to be sent after us. There they are. Those guys are really annoying to fight, so I'd prefer not. And I guess this is kind of like a mini-game almost. Okay, I want that item, so we may have to take this battle. A med kit. They're kind of like slowly working their way towards us, I think. Oh, there's a bunch of them now. Can we go across this? Oh, we can. Well, what's in that door over there? They're pretty slow. Oh, God. Alright, let's see what... Oh, of course, they just randomly have crabs with them. Okay, so she cannot attack from directly behind him. That's good to know. So we probably would want to move her. But let's have her give some health back to Ziggy. Oh, his name changed in battle to say Ziggy. That's very cute. Okay, these only have 60 and the crabs have 160, so we got to get rid of these first. Oh, nice. Very good critical. Save some AP for next turn. So Momo has way less HP, so we're probably preventing her from being able to be targeted. There's probably some, like, AoE magic type skills that can target people in the back row, but it looks like they can't. Let's just go ahead and heal him again. Can we get lucky again here? No. Gotta hit you twice. Let's see. Probably just have her guard here. Oh, yep, it's a temporary speed increase. Let's try moving her, actually. She immediately gets attacked. Oh, the physical stuff doesn't do anything to them. Look at this! Wow! That doesn't do very much damage. So not a lot of attack prowess, to be sure. But could be enough to put it in kill range for Ziggy. I feel like this very much tracks for the time, though, Shane. Like, the magical girl thing was very strong at this time. So it in that sense, it doesn't feel that out of place. And plus, every... Like, I think it's like a law, like an unspoken law that every RPG has to have like a silly, goofy character of some kind, whether it's like, you know, a Kate Sith type character that doesn't really make sense and isn't fully explained how they exist, or, you know, in Final Fantasy VI you have like 4 of those characters. Star Ocean 3 has some really goofy characters juxtaposed against these like really serious seeming characters. Where does this go? Is this the intended path? Well, I want to go back the other way. Oh, this is the church. Okay. Hold on. So the other way is probably the intended path. Let's check out the church. Because I'm assuming this is just a dead end to get this chest. I should also probably heal up in case there's like an enemy inside something in here. Let's heal with ether and then restore her ether. This song is really nice. We have a lot more ether packs than health packs, so this makes sense. And there's some more. Ooh, nice. Ether Upgrade Z. An upside-down cross with an elm tree. A solemn and powerful emblem. Come to think of it, this place is supposedly an old cathedral of an ancient religion. This asteroid was once the site of pilgrimages, but now that it has been abandoned, it's the perfect hiding place for the UTIC organization. Okay, that's some incredibly important lore. Okay. So, let's write some things down here real quick. Pleroma is an ancient religious site made from an asteroid. It was a place for pilgrimages. Now it is converted into a base and hiding place for UTIC. Okay, now what does this Ether Upgrade Z do? Just gives you 100 ether points. Okay, so it's kind of like this thing. So the S and the Z are just like sizes, I guess. Again, I don't want to use those. Yeah, that's why there's like natural stuff here. And structures that look older. And some things that don't look man-made. It sure didn't look like an asteroid from the outside, though. Okay, and it looks like those things reset their position when we went in there, so that's very useful. Ah, you can fall down. Okay, I was wondering about that. So we gotta be a little bit careful walking across these. It's pretty generous. What else is in here? It's like intentionally hard to see. Ether pack. Oh, here they come. Oh, this goop on the floor slows you down. I was just kind of walking around it instinctively, but it like slows you down. That's funny. You would think that this guy could just, like, jump up a ladder, you know?
Eggs units. This sure doesn't look like a simple resurgence of an armed group.
What should we do?
I don't know. We won't be able to stay here much longer.
A large number of soldiers are making their way over here. At this rate, this room will be filled with over 100 soldiers in 8 minutes.
Recon Realians are pretty handy.
So she's able to
I
sense
guess rushing them is out of the question.
who's around.
For you?
Not even a cyborg can take on 3 eggs units. I'd be shot to pieces.
What if the eggs units couldn't use their sensors?
Well, it would probably help. But why?
I can reduce their ability to some extent.
How?
The Hilbert effect.
Oh.
Using inverted Hilbert wavelengths, I can create cross-interference that automatically shuts down the XD-SSS enemy sensor system. That should take out most of their external sensors.
The Hilbert effect?
It's an anti-gnosis materialization system. Normally, it's spread out over a wide range via an amplifier installed on board a spacecraft. But I can create the effect by myself in small areas like this.
That might work. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
She's so sweet.
All right, here I go.
The Hilbert effect. So this is our secret weapon against the Gnosis.
Yeah, this raises a really interesting question that I want to write down.
What was that? What happened? Hilbert waves. Somebody's using the Hilbert effect on us. My enemy sensor system has shut down. It's the 100 series. I can tell from the cross interference. Find her. She's close.
Oh, these guys are smart.
Interference. Do you feel the effects too?
I'm fine. I'm supposed to have a much higher capacity than them.
Rest a bit. I'll take care of this.
I'm okay. I can still help out. My nano repair function's still operational.
Oh, I'm just getting thrust into a battle. Okay. Against 3 eggs? Okay, hold on. Sorry, I need to write some stuff down here. So my big burning question here that I'm writing down, and again, for anyone that's new, these questions are just rhetorical questions to my future self to see if the game addresses them. But when she said, she was explaining her ability to use the Hilbert effect, and she said, you know, normally they just like install this on a ship in a big amplifier and they use that. Immediately I'm thinking, well, why didn't the Woogland have that? Right? Because they were completely overwhelmed by the Gnosis, and they're relying on Cosmos to utilize the Hilbert effect to make the Gnosis, you know, like corporeal or tangible or damageable or whatever. So do they just not know that that technology exists? Do they exist in some type of reality where the technology isn't as good as what these people know about? So that's very interesting. So I'm writing that down as a question, and then what I do is I highlight these so that I can easily reference them later, and if they get answered by the game, by some kind of lore explanation, I'll write that down in the notes too, and then I'll highlight it in pink. It's just a fun little exercise. It's not like I'm gonna dock points from my assessment of this game if it doesn't answer all the questions that I have.
And then the other thing I wanted to write down is that using this ability, is very taxing on Momo. What's up, Draconics? How's it going? Let's see. So the inner one has more HP. I think I'm probably going to want to leave Momo in this spot. What's her other ability? Put enemy pilots to sleep. Okay, let's try that on the big guy. See if that works. No idea if that worked or not. Start here. Whew! That's a lot of damage. It looks like he's not asleep and he's just guarding. Let's go ahead and heal Ziggy. She is very magical girl.
Let's go.
Do. Man, this is gonna take a while. Ow. We're just gonna immediately heal again. No, don't heal the enemy. Card Captor Sakura. Yeah, there's a little bit of that going on. That was definitely around this same time. Well, actually, I think that show is much older, but as far as when it was airing in the United States, was right around this time. Doing a lot of healing here. We're gonna need a turn to get ahead here where Momo can restore some ether. Let's see, where are we at here? Okay, we need to do a single attack here. Well, we'll go ahead and do that now. We'll do a small ether pack. Or wait, no. That's not small. That's like a medium. Alright. Yeah, but that's still very much a contemporary, Shane. Very much a contemporary. Same time period. Very much in the zeitgeist. Why did I immediately get another turn here? I'm confused by that. Well, I guess I'll heal. Okay, now I get to attack again. I can do a 6er.
Let's go.
That's interesting, Shane. I suppose it doesn't surprise me, but yeah, it's weird that they would like try to predicate the show on like a bait and switch kind of. Alright, we'll just guard. Even though she can't get hit. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me either. Most of the shows that we got during that time were very censored and filtered.
I've invented games, I've sold games, it's nice, played it.
I keep forgetting to look for the boost. I should be doing that.
This is
You don't understand.
Yes. Okay. I'm glad I went for that. What's up, Smashington? How are you? Yeah, luckily... Yeah, now it's like the reverse. Now we have, like, extra bi visibility in our anime. So we're, like, rubber banding from those times to get back to normal. We're making up for lost time. Yeah, they did the same thing to Sailor Moon, Shane. I'm sure you're aware of that. Oh, you can shoot her in the back row. Oh god. Okay. That guy hasn't been doing anything the whole fight. Alright, well you need to heal yourself immediately. That's basically a full heal. But it doesn't look like that guy can attack Momo, so that's good. It's too bad I can't use this as an AoE. We'll go ahead and heal Ziggy. I like how this song switches between 4/4 and 6/8. Or I guess maybe it's more like 12/8 and 6/8. Blurs the line between simple and compound. Put it that way. Yeah, I guess we might as well just stay on top of the healing. Not much else we can do. Okay. This won't be enough to kill.
Let's go.
I don't really remember anything about that show, Shane, so it's hard for me to picture a lot of those characters. But that sounds wildly complicated. And that's like, that crosses like into a lot of other realms, just like, not even just like, you know, trying to like pretend that there's a sexuality binary, but also like there's like a bunch of other stuff going on there too. So I'm not saying I agree with it, but I can see why 2000s America was like, oh, we're gonna have to rework some of this, or the FCC is gonna shut us down. But luckily now all that kind of stuff is totally cool to present in media. Not necessarily to do in real life. You probably shouldn't date your homeroom teacher in real life. Not a good idea. But I think it's perfectly okay to present that in media. Dang it, I was hoping for a crit there. He's almost dead. Oh no, not now, computer. Man, my computer monitors have been doing some really annoying stuff the last couple days, and I'm gonna have to, like, over the weekend, go in and, like, rewire all of my switchers. What happens is, like, so I have a whole bunch of switchers
that are sending like all of my computer's HDMI signals duplicated to a bunch of places that it needs to go. And if there's any like interference, like one of those monitors somewhere in the chain will like blip out for a second. Are you gonna settle down? Are we good? Okay. I don't know if you guys were seeing any choppy visuals there, but I was. It's like if one of the monitors turns off for a second, the computer's like, oh, there's not 2 monitors anymore, there's only 1, and so it tries to move everything over to that one monitor. And then the monitor comes back on, and then it tries to like... Oh, now it's doing it again. Alright, I actually might have to go out and troubleshoot this. You're seeing the choppy. Great. Alright, hold on a second. Okay, it seems to have calmed down. Hopefully we're okay. I didn't actually do anything. No, you definitely should admit. I mean, I wouldn't be able to play the game if my monitors were just blinking every second. So yeah, I knew I was gonna... I know I have to do something about it. I was just hoping that for today there would be a stopgap, and then I could see to it, you know, over the weekend or whatever. Hopefully it's not an issue. Maybe I'll try to do it tonight so that it's not an issue tomorrow. It's just not gonna be... It's not gonna be fun. I'm gonna have to go through, and I think what I'm gonna have to do is just unplug all of my display adapter stuff and then rewire it in such a way so that none of the devices touch each other and none of the wires cross over each other, so that there's no chance of interference. Because I'm pretty sure that's what's causing that. It could be that one of the devices is like old or faulty and is like shorting and it's causing the whole signal chain to short. That's also possible. The one HDMI over Cat6 that I use for this screen up here for my left PC monitor that's above the CRT, that one is fairly old and might need to be replaced. So yeah, I'm gonna have to do some troubleshooting here. It's not gonna be fun. Okay, back to the battle. Let's go ahead and heal Ziggy. Now we just see some nerd playing video games, yeah. Bummer. I don't have 6 AP. Oh, but I don't need it. Okay. So now it's just the red guy. And he's attacking Momo. I wonder if I should move her, since he can attack her anyways, so that she can attack too. I'll move her next turn, or I guess I'll move her as soon as he attacks Ziggy instead. Oh yeah, here we go. So let's move. There we go. I want to keep her in the back row. Okay, perfect. And he attacked Ziggy. But she still can't attack from the back row. But I can boost him. That's good.
Alright, let me try moving her forward. So people in the back row just can't attack? At all? That seems kind of silly. I want to try this. Cool. That's pretty good damage. Nice critical. Gotta remember to keep looking for that boost. It's easy to forget. Boom, 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 boom. But yeah, the way my display adapters are all hooked up is kind of a mess. Like, it could definitely be worse. They're all, like, labeled and everything. But I guess I need some kind of, like, nice, like, insulated housing to put them all in so that they're, like, not touching each other and stuff like that. I'm gonna have to take it to the next level.
Let's go.
And all the cables, like, crossing over each other, I'm sure is an issue, because not all the cables are insulated cables, because they're just, you know, standard HDMI cables. So I might need to find some, like, cable shielding that I can buy and, like, heat gun onto there that's insulated so that there's no interference, because I might not be able to get them situated in such a way where the cables don't touch each other. I might need the cables to touch each other. Oh, she doesn't have a circle attack. Nice damage, though. Okay. Let's press the attack. This guy's almost dead. Oh, she can do it if we do circle, but this does no damage. But maybe this does a lot? Yeah, I wouldn't necessarily think so either, Smash. It might not be a factor, but there's something going on. It could be, because there's so many things that it could be. Like, each one of these little devices has a power adapter, and the power cords touch each other and touch some of the HDMI cables. That could be a factor. The devices themselves touch each other. That could be a factor. And then all the different HDMI cables going in and out of them all cross over each other as well, which could also be a factor. So I have to figure out a way to troubleshoot all of that. But if, you know, if the cables aren't shielded, it's kind of unrealistic, because like, you know, there's a cable trap that runs along this wall. All those cables are touching each other, and then back behind all the game systems and everything, there's tons of cables crossing over each other and touching each other. So I feel like I have to assume that at least the HDMI cables are shielded in some way. You would think that the power adapter cords are shielded in some way too, because of, like, basic electrical standards, but I don't know a lot about that, so that might not necessarily be the case, especially depending on, like, you know, where the devices are made and the quality level of them. But hopefully, if I can just set it up in such a way that none of the actual devices are touching each other, maybe that's enough to do it. But even to achieve that, I'm going to have to, like, unplug a bunch of the cables and, like, rework them in a bunch of ways, because they all kind of, like, bend and go different directions, and ugh, it's a mess. It's all tucked away in a nice cubby of a room divider behind my desk, which helps it look nice, but if you get really close, it's kind of like, whoa. So little money from that? I didn't even notice. Wow, we just got 8 med kits. Oh, I see where we are now. This little corral is right outside where we came in. The save point where we came in should be, like, right there, theoretically. I think that's what's going on. Maybe not. Power supply wear and tear. There shouldn't be any wear and tear. These devices don't really move around or go anywhere or anything like that, so hopefully we're okay as far as that goes. Alright, where am I? Oh, there's a save point. That's very good. Let's hit that before we interact with anything in this room. Smashington still insisting on a riot march. Oh, no. We cascade our save. Alright, this is number 19. And we'll call this Pleroma Control Room after eggs fight. I also have decided that I'm just going to write eggs in pen. I think it's going to be much too pervasive of a term to write in a special marker color every time. I don't think it's worth it. And I also feel like it helps address the orange marker problem where we have so many things that are going to get written in orange. I might need to come up with some kind of split where I can split duty between, or, you know, further break down the entities, organizations, and concepts color to be a little bit more specific and give some of that to the purple marker. But I haven't decided what I wanted to do yet, so. Well, apparently I can't interact with any of this stuff in here. Is this the room where the scene with Margulis and Pellegrini happened, and she was watching that planet blow up on this screen? Kind of looks like this room. Doesn't really matter if it is or not, I guess, but just thinking about it. Oh. How did we... Wait, what? How did we get back here? Brother. Alright, he's fast. He's faster than me. I'm really slow for a cyborg. I don't know how strong these guys are, so I guess I'll keep her in back. And then I'm a bad gamer and I didn't heal Ziggy after the battle, so I'm going to have to do that right away. Bless you, welcome in. Gesundheit. Beep, boom, 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 boom. These guys suck. Okay, that's an AoE. Good to know. And it can poison. Oh, I'm out of ether. Yikes. We can use one of these. We've been finding a lot of them. So this makes me feel pretty strongly that... 1 HP, really? We're gonna have to find that other chest here somehow before we leave. I don't know how, though. I don't know how we're gonna find that. Because we've been in every door that we've seen now, and we're kind of headed back towards the docking bay where we started. So we'll have to have a little bit of a look around. Alright, let's heal Ziggy now. Please don't poison me. And of course he crits Momo. And he gets the poison off. I think we do have some antidotes. This might be the first time we've actually seen poison actually be inflicted on something. Let's see. We should be able to kill you with a 2-pack. Yeah. And let's see, do we have an antidote? Yeah, we do. We'll save it for after the battle because we could get poisoned again and waste resources. We'll just ride it out. Also, poison might not persist after battle, which would be good to learn. Let me see if I can... Actually, let me see something here. Okay, so these guys actually take more damage from the melee than the ether. That makes sense. We typically use the triangle attacks on robots and anything that's not a person. So, against the peoples, we use the people's elbow. Alright, let's see here. So status does not appear to persist after battle. That's good knowledge. Let's get some ether up here. One for you. One for you. And let's do an ether restore. Bada bing. Okay, now that I realize where I am, I will employ stealth. I didn't realize that I was just going to get dumped out into this area. So, I feel like we must have missed something by having not been able to get up to that chest. But the way that this place is laid out, I don't know how we would get up there. But I think if I go back to the left, my time here is just going to be over. So there is a door down there. Didn't even realize that before. Obviously it would have been locked. But I probably need to look around a little more carefully for doors. Maybe there's one in this room that I can open now? Metal Gear Solid looks different than I remember? Yeah. Yeah, not a lot of braziers in Metal Gear Solid. Everybody play it cool. Everybody play it cool. Maybe up here somewhere? No? We did all this. Oh, God. No. Oh, man. Didn't get very far and then traded it. Yeah, we were just saying earlier, Cheaty, how, like, it doesn't surprise me with this game that a lot of people would have, like, tried it out, but, like, not finished it. And not even necessarily because they, like, bounced off of it. Just because it's, like, dense or whatever, but just, like, I don't know, it seems like a game that you could very easily, like, fall off of. There were so many games out around this time. So there was a lot of, like, choice paralysis. And especially if you're, like, a kid, you know, like there's a lot of things about this game that are not kid-friendly. Like, some kids would have enjoyed the, high density of cutscenes and just kind of like feeling like you're watching a movie. But a lot of other kids would have probably gotten really impatient and bored with it and been like, I want to just play the game. But even the gameplay itself is very, like, mechanically dense as well. So, like, you could just press random buttons and get through, no doubt. But yeah, there's a lot of barriers here for, like, a tween or teen player that I could see a lot of people, like, even if you were, like, 16 or 18 playing this game, I could see there being a lot of, like, different things that could fatigue you or turn you off from getting through it. Yeah, shorter attention span. Wow, that was a lot of kicks. Shorter attention span, just not a fully formed brain, you know, like even, you know, thinking about Xenogears, especially, like, you could totally get through Xenogears as a 16-year-old, or in my case, when I played it for the first time, a 19-year-old, but understanding Xenogears, that's a completely different animal, you know? Like, I feel like you need a fully formed brain. You need a fully formed frontal lobe to come after a Tetsuya Takahashi number. Well, those guys are gone. Interesting. I'm worried that if I walk to the right, they're gonna like reappear and I'll have to go all the way around. You adored the world building? Yeah, I'm really liking the world building as well. It definitely would have just washed over me as a 14-year-old, though. Like, I wouldn't have understood any of it. I would have been like, this is cool, this is sick, but like, if you had, you know, like if I played the game for 2 hours and then like my mom or something was like, okay, tell me what happened in the game, explain it to me. I would have been like, there's a guy and then there's like another guy and then they're like not friends and so they're like fighting and then there's this other guy. You know, that kind of thing. Yeah, I could see some people having that take, Shane. And, like... But I don't know, like... I guess that would go along with the shorter attention span, too. Because, like, the first character you play as is a woman, but there's not really necessarily any indication at this point that Shion is the lead of the story. You know? Like, we're already not playing as her. Like, to my patient and fully formed brain, this very much reads as ensemble cast so far. Like, there's nothing so far that makes me think that Shion is the main character of this game. In fact, that actually doesn't really make sense. But I can see why, you know, a teenager playing the game for the first time might think, oh, there's a girl character on the cover, and for the first 2 hours that I played the game, I was playing as 2 girl characters, so this is a girl game. Oh, we made it! Wow. Alright, well, we left one chest behind. Oh boy. Actually, I'm with you on that one, Margulis.
Looks like I'm about to get some decent exercise. And this baby's quite pleased as well.
This baby. This puppy right here. It's a sword, bro. It's obviously not just a sword. He shot fire out of it. But we're fighting Margulis. That's unexpected. Okay, so, let me just finish writing this. And triggers a fight. What time is it? Oh, I need to run an ad. Let's just do that right now. I don't think there's any type of, oh, I can't pause. Well, the fact that I can't pause makes me also believe that there's no, like, time mechanics happening right now. So, I'm going to go ahead and run an ad here. This will be our last one of the day. One more Smash Bros. Luigi versus Yoshi. Let's see if Yoshi can clinch it, or if Luigi's going to tie it up going into round 7. I'll be back in about 3 minutes. I'm going to grab a snack. Feel free to do the same. And thank y'all for being here. Final hour of the stream coming at you.
Man, matchup of the century, y'all. All right, Luigi sneaks it out to bring the score up to 5-5. So it's going to go all down to round 11 to decide it all. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out if Luigi or Yoshi comes out on top. Very exciting. That'll be our first ad break tomorrow, and then we'll move on to Jigglypuff versus Captain Falcon for the next 11 ad breaks. Let me just update the scores quickly. There we go. All right, that breaks the three-way tie for 8th place, temporarily moving Luigi up and DK and Yoshi down to a two-way tie for 9th. But that could all change again after this next fight. We'll see. We'll see how it all shakes out tomorrow. Let's get back to our battle here, our boss battle. I had a nice little snack. That's the Super Nintendo controller. We won't be using that till Tuesday. All right, I need to heal Momo. So let's go ahead and do that. I wonder if my AP is ever going to go up, or if I'm always going to have 6 as my max. Let's try a square attack on you. That's a very low amount of damage. Now let's do a heal on Ziggy. Jesus. Is this like a scripted loss? What is going on here? That does nothing. How are we supposed to do damage to this guy? Maybe we're just supposed to survive a certain number of turns? We can see his health, so that makes it feel not like a scripted loss. It's probably just a hard fight. I don't know how I'm supposed to stay on top of healing though if he can do 200 damage to me. I mean, that was a crit, but still pretty intense. Momo's just all-time healer here. It seems like he can't attack her, so hopefully that's the case. Alright, we'll do our tiny little attack here. A critical for 9. Wow. Amazing. Might as well go ahead and heal again here. The tricky part will be finding the right opportunity to refill Momo's ether. Okay, good. He didn't crit there, so this will probably be our opportunity to do that. So we want to go double square here for maximum damage. But I mean, this is going to take a million years to beat this guy.
We're doing like 60 damage every other turn. And he's got like 800? Alright, just kidding. We have to heal again. Because we're now in kill range. And I don't want to skip a turn of Ziggy's to double heal. Unless I absolutely have to. Because he's our only damage dealer. And that's just going to make this go that much slower, which means that many more resources that we have to use. This only heals a little bit more than her... And we'll never have... I just stopped mid-thought there. We'll never have 6 AP with her to do an AoE heal with an item. But it does heal a little bit more than her Ether. 150 over 120. Alright, here's our big damage turn. We have to take it. Please don't miss this one. Hopefully this one can't miss. The foot cannon is so... absurd. Talk to the foot. Oh. So he's changing his defensive properties to be able to absorb lightning attacks? Well, we don't have any lightning attacks, so not worried about that. I don't know if it's worth me trying to use one of these. I don't know if his attacks are ether attacks or not. I could try to increase Ziggy's speed, which would probably be good. But I can't let off of healing. So I don't know, maybe I'll use Ziggy's next turn to use this. I don't think it's necessary, but it would probably help. Let's do another one of these. Oh, he's going to try to push me backwards, but he can't. Okay, that's good. That's not good. We just died. I wasn't expecting him to be able to double up like that. I keep forgetting to boost, too, to get extra turns. We probably need to be doing that. Please don't kill me. Oh my god. Yeah, we may have already lost this fight. We got a lot of revives. We just need him to do less than, like, 100 and something damage. Oh, or we get a double turn. Okay, great. There's a boost for Ziggy. I gotta look for the boost every turn. Oh, and he keeps his AP. That's really nice. So yeah, we go square, square, triangle here. How far back is the save? Gameplay-wise, not very far at all. All we did was walk out of the command room, do some encounters in the area that was early on because we didn't realize it was that area, and then we walked into this cutscene. So it's not far back at all. Okay, he's going twice in a row there. That really sucks. But we are still alive. And I didn't look for a boost for Momo during Margulis's turn. Now he's boosted. Great. I think I gotta heal myself here. I guess we could also try this. Maybe this will last a little while and this is better than... Oh, we got a dodge. That's incredible. Especially since he went twice in a row. Okay, that's huge. No boost. I think I might have to go for the ether pack here. I don't think I'm going to get a better opportunity. Okay. And then here, I think I'm going to top off his health just to be safe. And then hopefully this defense buff lasts a while, if not the whole battle, and we can wail on him for a little bit. I keep wanting to do some kind of like reaction command when he's about to attack. But that wouldn't do anything for me. Okay, now we can go back to using ether heals. Stand in my little meadow. Oh, I only have 5? Oh, that's annoying. We're just going to stay on top of it, because there's not really anything else that she can do. Doubt we can put this guy to sleep. Okay, now we can do this. Why is he taking 0 from those? What did he do to increase his defense? Is he just guarding right now? I'm technically in kill range. Gonna be risky. Okay, shouldn't have done that. But we're still alive. Momo, where are you at, girl? Why haven't you had a turn? Why aren't you even on the what is it called? GTW? Okay, there she is. Ether up. Meow, 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 meow. God, this guy is so strong. Okay. We do get to heal after this, so that's good. Please do damage. Okay, good. So he's like not guarding. I don't know how to tell. Please get a crit on this one. That'd be so nice if we could get like 70. Yes. Okay. And then a heal. Alright, we're getting there. We're getting there. I think we have enough resources to stay on top of this. Okay, he's wasting his turn to give himself the ability to absorb fire. I'm assuming this is just to, like, let you know for later on, because we're probably gonna have to fight this guy multiple times. I'm just gonna top off his health, because he's boosted. So when he is up next boosted, we cannot boost behind him. Oh boy. That's hitting both of us. Okay, that's not too bad, actually. It's bad that it hits both of us, but damage-wise, it's not the worst. Okay, so we need a kick. Just for AP. Okay, got a heal here. Ooh-da-dee-da. So maybe this is just like preparing his fire attack for the next turn, and it just has the extra property of making him absorb fire for one turn. I don't know why he would keep using that if we don't even have the ability to use fire attacks against him. Oh, that's considered a fire attack, and I just healed him. I see. I didn't realize that my random melee attacks had elemental properties. If the game told me that, I was not paying attention or did not remember. But didn't my ether attack do 0 to him? Yeah, it does 0. Alright, well, she's gonna heal herself. Yeah, oops. I mean, it's only 50 damage. So it's not the worst thing in the world. Obviously, it sets us back, you know, a couple of turns. But now we know. I don't know how else I would have learned that. Okay, so he doesn't have that anymore. I can do it now. Also weird that an ability called Cyber Kick is fire elemental. I mean, I can see the fire, but it's just kind of interesting. Alright, so we won't be doing that to him next turn, so that's fine. Okay. If I press this... Okay, that's what I thought. Alright, I'm learning things. Yeah, you might expect something named Cyber Kick to be lightning elemental, if anything. Right, exactly. We could go for the speed stem here. Let's try it. My defense buff is gone too, so we might want to restore that. Do-do-dee-dee-dut, do-dut, dee-dut. I also want to see how it displays two different buffs. Okay, they just alternate. Nice. So I'm assuming that's an ether attack, and me increasing my defense doesn't do anything about that. He's going to immediately launch it again. Let's go ahead and just do the one kick here to get our AP up. And we'll do an ether heal. Gonna need to use an ether pack soon. Okay, so this is our turn to be able to use the 6 AP attack. He doesn't have the fire protection. This might push him below 300. Oh, I only did 20. Bummer. Jesus. 174. Oh, Momo magically has 6 AP. I don't know how, but we're going to take advantage of that. And we're going to use W item. Alright, so now he's going to absorb a lightning type attack. So one of our attacks is probably lightning, probably laser blade. But this is just my turn to do a regular kick against him anyways. Alright, he's going to try to push me back, but he cannot do it. Which is good. Ether heal. Do-da, dee-da, do-da-da, dee-da, do-da, dee-da. Would love if you could miss another attack. Always get scared he's going to attack me again there. Okay, we do get to heal after this. He doesn't have the fire absorption net right now, right? Maybe I should try this. Let's try this. We haven't tried this on him. Okay, that's probably a lightning attack. Looks very lightning-y. Alright, we gotta get a ether pack on Momo soon. I do have a boost available for Ziggy as well. Ooh, we got the miss that we wanted. Beautiful. Let's do our single kick here. Oh no. Do I still get AP for that? I hope so. Okay, this is going to be our chance to use the item. Yeah, let's go ahead and boost now. Do cyber kick. Nice critical. Critical this one. Yes! Oh, 81. That's beautiful. That's the most damage we've done to him in a single attack the whole fight. And another miss! Oh, incredible. Ziggy plays guitar. Alright, we've got him down below 200. We're in very good position here. So as long as he doesn't have some kind of like low health gambit that he runs, we should be okay here. We're good resources-wise. We just got to watch out for this fire absorption thing. Make sure we don't give him any health back. And we should be okay. So this is just the one time. Critical for 7. He's going to hit us hard here. Ooh, and he got the critical as well. That sucks. Let's see. If I guard, will she have 6 next turn? I feel like she will. Let's try it. Because he can't do the fire AoE 2 turns in a row, which is fantastic. And then this is the one that precedes the push you back to the back row thing, which we're also not worried about. Okay, so we're going to hit him with a fire attack while he's set to absorb lightning. Come on, can we get a crit? We've got the right thingy. Oh, yes, 102. Okay, he's almost dead. He's almost dead. And he doesn't get the high crit chance against us here. Thank God. Okay, I was right. Momo has 6. So let's do one of these. Oh, I didn't press triangle. There we go. Belillaby, welcome in. How's it going? Okay, 79 damage. We should be able to do this with our next combo. We just gotta be careful. Okay, he's set to absorb fire, so we cannot do it on our next turn. We gotta wait. So what we can do here, we'll just do another ether heal, since we're about to get hit with fire. And then I guess I could have Ziggy do the defense boost thing again. Oh, he's going to do it now. Perfect. Before my next turn. So I can just go ahead and do it. Okay, this might be enough to kill him. Let's see. Yes, we've got the crits. We've got him. We've got him for sure. This is definitely going to do 45. Yeah. We got him. Okay, that seemed very unwinnable at the start. But it was just a very long battle, I guess. Oh, we got an accessory. Nice. Haven't seen that one yet. Thank you for the GGs.
What's wrong?
Wait, we're supposed to say that to you.
Is that all you got?
No, that's our line. What was that? Was that like a Nokia 3303 that you play Snake on? How did he... Oh, that was the bomb that he rigged up at the very beginning. How convenient. What is he sensing? Also, whose ship is this? Didn't we, like, stow away to get here? This isn't our ship. I guess we're just stealing it. That is a weird ship. Thank you for Drumfill. Also, why would they park their ships turned around in the hangar bay? That doesn't make sense. That's bad design. You land the ships forward, and then an apparatus will turn them around so that they're ready to launch forwards immediately.
Hurry up and put out the fire before the ammo ignites!
Those were fire extinguishers. Oh, I see. He scanned those vehicles, realizing that he could use it as a diversion. Where did you just put that? That mascara, though. He's got some serious guy liner going on. Oh. More people. Two very significant, unique-looking characters. Flashback to me 2 minutes ago.
Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing. Momo, find a trade column and short jump us out of here.
A trade column?
I want to get back on our return path once we shake off the pursuit.
Okay.
She's so nice. Okay. Just interrupts him and starts working on it. Okay, hold on. I have a feeling I'm gonna get stuck behind writing too much, so let me catch up really quick. Ziggy escaped but are pursued. Margulis greets 2 new characters. A man and girl with silver hair saying, "You're late." Was there anything else from that scene that I wanted to write down? Yeah, that actually made... I was thinking the same thing, SNES. Like, maybe it was one of those things where you could lose the fight and still proceed, but if you managed to win, we got whatever that accessory was that we got. That could very well have been what just happened. And that would make it more sense why at the end of the battle, after we beat him, he's like, "Is that all you got?" You know? So that's probably was what was going on. Winning the fight is optional. Okay. Please be careful with confirming things. I don't want to know anything. I want to be incredibly insulated. That's totally fine. But normally I wouldn't want to know. I wouldn't want to know one way or the other. I would want to stay in the dark. But that's okay. Just be mindful of that going forward. I don't think there was anything else that I wanted to write down about that, and we can proceed.
Well, not bad, huh?
Chief, it's delicious.
Yeah, this ain't bad at all. Oh, come on. How can this girl's cooking be any good?
But Captain, you're stuffing your face.
Shut up. Don't disturb a man when he's eating. Water.
Sure.
Oh. Why is Shion serving him?
Quite a lot.
Really? This is pretty typical for me back home. I have my no-good brother to thank for that. He doesn't do a thing all day except sit around and read books.
Well, there's no one on the ship that has any of your skills.
That's a shame. I guess that's what happens when you have an entirely male crew.
Oh. More gender roles.
There's not even a hint of estrogen on this ship, so you can forget about having a good meal.
Yep, only women know how to cook, y'all. Too bad men just can't cook. And apparently only women can fill water glasses as well. Jesus Christ.
What's that? Water.
Sure.
She's cool with it for some reason.
Can I have some water too?
Oh, sorry. I hadn't noticed.
Hadn't noticed.
Oh, poor Alan. Just trying to be wannabe alpha Alan. Just be yourself, Alan. You're great.
So, what are we gonna do now?
Well, we certainly can't leave Cosmos to our own devices, can we? She's functioning independently.
And to think, we were supposed to get vacation time once we completed the startup experiment. Turned her over to the second division.
You're starting to sound a lot like...
Yeah, that sink is just running.
There's no use crying over spilled milk, you know. The first thing we need to do is to contact headquarters and ask for instructions.
So I guess we're stuck with these guys for a little longer.
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, I got a little suspicious, so I checked this ship's registry. Did you know that these guys are with the Kukai Foundation? That place...
Pause. Okay. Shion suggests they contact HQ, I don't know who that is, for instructions. I was under the I guess that's Vector. So I'll write Vector question mark. And then Alan looked into the Elsa and crew and they are registered with the Kukai Foundation. Something tells me that's not a charity, despite how the name sounds. Yeah, he is kind of giving that at the moment, Shane. It's not quite that bad, but I get that you're going hyperbolic for comedy. Note-taking cinema. Pop's always managing to enter the stream when I have the notes cam out.
This is bad news. I heard a rumor that it's just crawling with...
Wait, Kukai Foundation is a place?
That's kind of a racist comment.
Oh.
Listen, Alan.
Calling out racism.
The Kukai Foundation was established by the Miltian government as a specialized military group. But they only held that status until the completion of the post-war proceedings. Although, they haven't gotten around to...
That sink is still running.
They're being run like any other valid foundation nowadays.
Water has got to be an incredibly scarce resource in space.
Received a lot of praise for taking in and protecting victims in the days before the Species Preservation Act. He's really to be commended. Now, what was his name?
Guinan Kukai.
Oh.
Chaos.
Oh, lowercase name person.
What's up?
Who can hear through
I
doors.
just dropped in to see if there was anything I could help out with.
Oh,
The sink is still running, y'all. Turn that sink off. Their leader is I gotta get the spelling from one of my previous pages. Where was that? Gynum. But it's spelled like Gygnum. Gynum Kukai. Okay, so the leader of the foundation that they work for on the Elsa is someone that they also owe money to.
Oh, thanks. We could use some help drying the dishes.
Sure thing.
That's everything.
Yep. Huh. What's this?
Oh, that's for the commander.
Come to think of it, he didn't join us for dinner, did he?
The commander? Oh, Cherenkov, right.
Oh well, I'll just heat it up and take it to him.
Well, how about we call it a day?
Good idea. Oh.
Did you forget something?
No, but where did Cosmos go?
Oh, Cosmos? She's being tuned in her service module down in the hangar. It'll probably take a few more hours. Oh, did you want to go down and talk to her? I'm sure she'd like that.
Oh, really?
Of course.
Thanks. See you later.
Bye.
Alright, I guess this guy's name is just Chaos. Are we gonna play as him now? No. I'm freaking Shion with a hot plate of food for First Officer Cherenkov. Okay, hold on. Chaos asks after Cosmos. And decides to visit her in maintenance while she is serviced. Okay. It might be database time. Now that we are Shion again, and we have access to the menu. I'm assuming we would have gotten a notification if there were any new emails. Looks like everything here is the same. But let's go back into the database. Yeah, the database is very important. So I'm assuming we're going to have some there's a bunch of new entries here. I also want to skim some of the old entries because I want to see if they're dynamic. I'm assuming they will be. Alright, so an amplifier is something that a ship can have, a warship, to amplify the Hilbert effect. Oh, okay. This answers my previous question. So let's write down the answer to that. Amplifiers cannot generate the Hilbert effect. The ship needs a 100 series Realian to generate it. Okay, I can see why Momo is so important now. Okay, so this was an answer to a question that I wrote down earlier. So we're going to highlight it in pink.
And then it also comes from the database, which means I need to highlight it in the margin. But I can't remember if I picked orange or blue, so I need to go back to last week. Let's see. Orange. Orange is database, blue is email. Okay. It's probably going to take me a while for that to stick. So we'll also highlight orange in the margin. Okay, continuing on here. By the way, if I ever forget to turn the notes on when I'm writing and you want it on, or if I resume gameplay and I forget to turn it off, exclamation point notes in the chat to toggle it. I try to toggle it myself, but sometimes I forget. Okay. Has a second function as an omnidirectional broadcaster. 100 kilometers. Ships have to use their systems cooperatively during battles. Very heavy. Only large vessels or cities can have them. Federation fleet warships have them pre-installed. The Wogland had an amplifier on board, but because they didn't have the 100 series observational unit, they couldn't use it, and then it also suffered damage. Okay. They're speaking directly to me with that, knowing that I had that question. Okay, we've read all this before. Atalia, a planetary member of the Galaxy Federation. It is located in close proximity to the area in which the Wogland disaster occurred and functions as a relay point for the transfer column to Senir. So we actually haven't heard the name of this planet, I don't think. So this is not the first time, but several times things have showed up in the database that haven't been explicitly mentioned before. Not sure what to think about that. Auto mode. So this is what Cosmos was doing, sort of. Binding? Okay. Bookworm, an insult directed at people who spend all their time reading. Shion's brother, however, hardly seems to be just an average bookworm. We haven't met him yet. Chaos. Born unknown, age unknown. A slender young boy, his perpetually melancholic expression, as well as the depth and scope of his conversations, give rise to the impression that he hails from a higher plane of existence. As he volunteers no information whatsoever about his past other than his name, everything about him, including whether he even has any memory of his past, is unknown. His relationship with Matthews and the crew appears to go back for quite some time, and they all respect him highly. His translucent blue eyes and silver hair are particularly notable features. So silver hair is often a thing, could be a thing in this game too. And apparently he just has a lowercase name, which is wild. No updates on Cherenkov. Commercial model. We've read that. Condenser. Oh. A device used by Cosmos to store the energy she requires to function. Her condenser is a test version. Second Division on 2nd Militia is developing a working model. Oh, okay. So if we ever get to 2nd Militia, we might have an upgrade for Cosmos. It's also weird that the 2nd Division is on 2nd Militia, but there's like a restriction that says that no one can go there or leave there. Okay, we got all that. Yep, we know about Counselor. Ziggy. Ziggy was a member of a counterterrorism group 100 years ago. Basically, he was a cop, it sounds like. Creator and creation. Why is that in there? Oh, Shion made curry. A reaction by an American game fan who saw this scene at a recent game show was, "What the hell are they eating?" Alas, culinary cultural differences. That's so funny. So meta to talk about showing, like, this is a video game that you are playing. And it's not real. Yeah, I love that. A living organism with artificial organs. That's the definition of cyborg here. Obsolete technology. Once popular in the age before nano and Realian technologies emerged. Interesting. Oh, here we go. Dig Beta. Short for Digitalis Beta. Read as Digibeta. Oh, Digi, not Dig. Plant of the genus Digitalis, which is native to southern Europe. Leaves can be dried and used as a potent cardiotonic, whatever that is. Extremely poisonous. When ingested in quantities above a safe dosage, it can induce a coma. We don't know if this substance is actually derived from that plant, though. Interesting. But it's meant to elicit similar effects, I guess. Okay, we know that one. We know that one. Dragon Skull? Multi-purpose railgun. That's Cosmos' gun, the one she used to fire the signal transmitter. Okay, so like the lasery, sleek-looking gun, not the Gatling barrel gun. That's how she attached the tracking device. Double slot sensory system. Read as DSSS. Okay, that was mentioned by Momo. Used to detect gnosis in the imaginary realm, not expecting it to be called the imaginary realm. Double slit camera lens mounted on the sensory area of an eggs or other fighter craft. Military eggs have it mounted on the chest. Vector models are on the waist. Similar to the double slit light interference experiment caused in quantum physics. Man, Takahashi is on some stuff. Dual stage protection. Something to do with the central nervous system of Realians. Details currently unknown. A Lohengrin class cruiser. Probably smaller than the... What was the other one? I forgot to write it down. We could see if the Wogland entry is updated. Luxury vessel owned by a criminal organization. Confirmed that they're criminals. Converted into a cargo ship by Captain Matthews. Used as the Kukai Foundation, part of the Kukai Foundation fleet. Not apparent from the outside, but Matthews made quite a few modifications. Hidden compartments to stow and license. Okay, so yeah, they're really pushing the Han Solo Jabba the Hutt thing. I was thinking that earlier. Like, you know, the Elsa crew is basically Han Solo, and Gaignum Kukai is Jabba the Hutt. Where they kind of like work for him, but they also like are kind of like indentured to him. They owe him money and they have to do what he says. Upgraded the propulsion system. Fastest ship in the galaxy. Speak of the devil. That's ripped right from Star Wars. The name Elsa comes from the heroine of Wagner's opera Lohengrin. Love Wagner. It's the only opera I'd ever want to go see, is like the Wagnerian Ring Cycle or something. Sigurd, Lohengrin, all that good stuff. Emergency level 3. All lines of communication were allocated to the Combat Intelligence Center. This is invoked during Gnosis encounters. Okay. Oop. Secret codes to activate the Realians. Zohar emulators. What emulating a Zohar actually amounts to, or the exact purpose of the emulators, is as of yet unknown. Nice. Star Wars in your JRPG? It's a lot more likely than you think. Absolutely. It's extremely common, actually. EPR paradox. Einstein, Boris Podolsky, Nathan Rosen. Quantum mechanics still fall short in an explanation of reality. Particle decaying into two identical particles. Because the internal angular momentum or spin of the particle must be preserved, the two decaying particles will have two opposing spins. As they decay, launched in opposite direction, when the distance between the two reaches a great distance, the spin of one of the particles is measured. At the precise moment the spin of one particle is determined, the spin of the other can be determined to be in the opposite direction because the two spins must equal 0. Herein lies the paradox. Quantum mechanics dictates that the intrinsic property of an entity cannot be determined until it is actually measured. By determining the spin of the second particle several light years away without measuring it, the experiment would introduce the existence of some strange force that can transmit the information of the first particle's spin to the second particle faster than the speed of light, a force that cannot be explained by quantum mechanics. Well, that's a wild, wild concept. I remember somebody saying that, but I don't remember what it was in relation to. Hopefully it'll come up again. Radar which utilizes the EPR paradox to overcome limits imposed by the speed of light. Its effective range is thousands of light years. Oh, okay. So I guess they're saying that the ability of this radar to read things impossible distances away is based on this paradox. In like a, we don't know why it works, but it works kind of way. That's pretty cool. Yeah, what's up, Gooby? How you doing? Is there a link to my backlogged? Yes, ! Backlogged, but there's no E in backlogged. It's BACKLOGGD. I think if you just do, actually, I think if you just do ! Backlog, I think you get a link for it as well. It just spits the side view cam out as well. Factory loaded. Okay, so it means like factory standard. Okay. Oh, FAE. Now we get to learn what an FAE is. Nice. A fuel air explosive. Disperse a cloud of fuel which is ignited once it reaches the intended coverage, resulting in a powerful explosion. Flattened by a pressure wave or incinerated or suffer the effects of rapid decompression caused by the updraft of superheated air, mainly suffocation and internal hemorrhage. Jesus. Explaining how a massive bomb works, I guess. The FAE used by the Gnosis is smaller, but has the same effects. Substance used as fuel is unknown. Since Virgil was inside an eggs, his survival can be explained, but how could Xion, who was totally unprotected, come out unscathed? Oh, see, I'm glad that they pointed this out, because this was totally lost on me since I didn't know what an FAE was. But that's true. Given the explanation, this FAE showed up and exploded in front of Xion and Virgil at a really, really close range. And it, like, you know, knocked them back concussively, but they didn't really sustain any, like, physical damage after the fact. So this is probably similar to the moment where Xion was shot with, like, 1,000,000 bullets and nothing happened. Where some type of force or something is protecting her that is currently unseen. There's a lot of things that it could be. For the shooting one, I thought maybe it was just like a really, really fast Realian, like took the bullets or something, because we saw that happen shortly after. But now that this has entered the picture, it seems maybe more likely that Xion is being protected by the girl. So who knows? Gubin. Cat is napping on me. Very nice. I guess the backlogged command doesn't actually do anything. I could probably alias it though. But here's a link to it. You can just do backlog and it'll show up. In fact, let me just do that now because it's so fast to do. Let me just add an alias for backlogged in case anybody ever decides to do that again. And I'll even add one for the misspelling. The English spelling rather than the proper noun spelling. There we go. Now you can do it all ways. Okay. Very cool that the game chooses to intentionally point that stuff out to give it to me to chew on. Federation Police. Same as police force in our time. So speaking to us, the player, again, kind of weirdly breaking the fourth wall. Following the transition of human habitation to outer space, specialized unit. Ziggy was a member in the past. Rescue and protection of VIPs, blah, blah, blah. Okay, we know about gate jumps and gate outs. Geodesic structure? I don't think we read this before. Another, like, mathematical scientific principle type thing. Richard Buckminster Fuller, patented in 1951. A means to provide efficient housing structures using fewer resources. Used to describe the visual representation of a basic UMN structure, since it resembles the shape of a geodesic dome. What? Okay, my device that I was using to understand the UMN was that the UMN was basically the internet of this realm. But apparently there is a physical UMN structure? Maybe it means the structure of, like, maybe it's not a physical structure. Maybe it's a theoretical structure of, like, how it's mapped and everything is connected together. And it's in the shape of a dome. I guess that could be it. Interesting. I'm geodesic doming every day. Yeah, there's some high-level stuff in this game, Gooby. Very, very high-level stuff. Okay, we know about this. We know about this. What about Hammer? Hammer's 27. He may not look it, but he was once revered as a brilliant hacker in his teens. Got way in over his head, hacked into a criminal organization's database. Been on the run since then. Rescued by Matthews. He knows Tony the pilot since childhood. He may be a clown. He's an excellent navigator and engineer. That guy does not look 27, I will tell you. Also, wait a minute. He's 27, and he was born in 4740, which means the current year is 4713. Did we know that? Pretty sure we knew that. Space internet be crazy, yeah. Jin. Oh, see, we did... See, once again, we're getting new information from the database that wasn't in the larger game yet. So Jin is significantly older than Xion. I want to write this down. So Jin Uzuki. There's a lot of J names so far. Jin Uzuki is Xion's much older brother. It's also interesting that the database is going out of its way to make sure that we know that they're related by blood. So there's no doubt to be cast. It's difficult to discern his characteristics just from the visuals, but he does appear to be hiding something behind that goofy look. He is an expert swordsman, maybe. Unfortunately, his moment to shine will not arrive until the next episode. Our apologies to those of you who are just dying to see him in action. This is so funny and weird. How they're acknowledging the structure of the game within the game. He is teased as being goofy in appearance, but hiding something, and possibly an expert swordsman. He will not appear until XS2. That's so funny. The best stories don't need sequels, Cheaty. That's how good the internet is. It's so good that we don't need the internet 2. The internet 2 is like Mario Kart 8. We just keep releasing DLC and adding on and re-releasing it. We don't need a new one. Okay. Joachim Mizrahi. Essentially Momo's father. Interesting choice of words there. Renowned for his genius. Died the year that the Miltian conflict began. But necessarily telling us if it's related, but we can kind of presume that. Federation benefited greatly from his contributions, played a large part in the Federation's growth. He was Julie Mizrahi's former husband. Julie Mizrahi. Widow. Subcommittee on Close Encounters. That's a slightly different name than what Ziggy said. He called them the Contact Subcommittee. Is that just a shorthand for SOCE? Oh, okay, she formed the SOCE. She's the legal guardian of Momo. Her maiden name is Niwashiro. I feel like they wouldn't tell us that for no reason. Okay, so Dr. Julie formed the Contact Subcommittee over Gnosis concerns legal guardian of Momo, which we already knew, but I don't have written down anywhere. Maiden name. I guess I'll just write this in pink, because it'll be easier to find later if I need to. Would have been Julie Niwashiro. And more orange highlighter in the margin. Man, Commander Cherenkov's food is going to be ice cold by the time we get to him. Keltia. Location of the Seraphim Sisters concert. Amazing. We know about kindling. Oh, this is a little... Oh, dang it. It's really easy to accidentally hit left or right when I'm trying to hit up and down. So this is kind of overlapping with the condenser thing that we read about. Kukai Foundation. A unique foundation whose membership extends to both Matthews and his crew. Headquarters is located in a free-orbiting space colony. Okay. Lieutenant Commander. No name. That's weird. Member of the Utuk organization and a subordinate of Cherenkov. So this might be purple X-faced abusive guy, TM. He infiltrated the Wogland in order to take possession of the Zohar. Tends to wear his heart on his sleeve, but he's very conscientious of his duties. Quite the stickler for regulations and time. He has an older brother with whom he was separated from at birth. It's like they're intentionally withholding his name because we're going to find it out later and it's going to be significant. But they still want to put him in here. Very interesting. Okay, and this is a name that we heard, but we haven't seen this character. He was on board the Wogland to secure the Zohar. Whether he is the same officer who reprimanded Shion is as of yet unknown. So this could also be that guy. Interesting. Information about the Life Pod. Life Recycling Act. Okay, this is a big one that was mentioned. When cyborg technology was at its peak, human resources were dwindling, and this law was intended for the effective utilization of these resources. Interpretation of the law has expanded over time to condone cloning, genetic and neural engineering, and other procedures formerly considered to be off limits. That's a really interesting and deep concept in and of itself, of like the idea of a bill or law being introduced for a very specific purpose, and then over time the definition and interpretation of it being stretched to include other things, like a constitutional amendment or something. That's just a huge idea, a galaxy-sized idea just right there. Very cool. Various corporate interests are suspected to be behind this development, of course. Law remained in effect for 160 years until it was revoked. Oh, so this is not a law anymore. Interesting. That's fascinating stuff. Propulsion system. I think we've read this before, yeah. LPS. Local positioning system instead of global. Monitors the location and physical status of crew member. Oh, each crew member. Reports that information to the CIC. Appears to have been overwhelmed by incessant use. Huh. Okay, so this explains why that group of eggs weren't able to tell that that Shion was Shion and not a Gnosis before they shot her with 10 million bullets. Maintenance lab. Okay. Maintenance unit. That's the thing that Cosmos sleeps in. Margulis. Commander of Pleroma, one of their primary bases. Intricately connected to both the incident which occurred 14 years ago and the Miltian conflict. They are not the same thing. Appears to be a former soldier. A master swordsman with a cold, merciless personality. Matthews. Chronic spender, constantly in debt. His beautiful ship was made into collateral. Literally just Han Solo. Worked as a junk trader. Met Chaos several years before the beginning of this episode. Okay. Memorial service. When was this mentioned? Jin has read about this Buddhist tradition and was attempting to recreate it. But it is uncertain whether he is in fact a practicing Buddhist. We think not. Like we, the player? We, the developers? Interesting. Okay, I guess Shion did mention this. She was saying that he was trying to organize a memorial service for one of their dead parents, I think. Okay, Miltian Charter. Yep. Which one was Miyuki again? I think Miyuki was blue hair. Here's Momo. Multiple observative mimetic organicus. Designed to observe and contact the Gnosis. Created by Joachim Mizrahi. Resembles his deceased daughter. Oh, okay. So Joachim had a real human daughter who died. And then when he created this Realian, he chose to give her an appearance that mimicked both the age and the appearance of his deceased daughter. That seems significant. Joachim Mizrahi decided that Momo's appearance would be based on his deceased daughter, parentheses, a 12-year-old. So that's why Momo looks like a 12-year-old. Okay. We're in overtime here. I'm trying to just get to the end of the database stuff and hopefully find a save point. We read about this one. Nexus 6 was the dog. Oh, that was his stepson. Interesting. Yeah, it is really cool, bless you. Kiki, thank you for the Prime. Thank you so much. Do you want to spin here at the end of the stream? We could also do it tomorrow. Or if you don't want to spin, that's totally fine. Real purebred dogs are extremely rare in that age. Even as a policeman, he couldn't afford one. The cheaper artificial dogs were popularized as substitutes. Nexus is the name of the company that manufactures the artificial dog. Their lifespan exceeds well beyond 4 years. So that was his stepson. Interesting. Pellegrini. She's Margulis's aide on Pleroma. Okay, got it. Penfield mapping. We read about this one. Oh, congrats on the full-time job. Never, ever does anyone need to apologize for not being here. That's very nice of you to say, Kiki, but you never have to apologize for not being around. Everybody has lives. Plan 31. This did seem very ominous when it was mentioned. Execute Order 66. Certain action relating to the capture of the Zohar. We hope to resolve the mystery by the time Junior is introduced. What? Okay. Pleroma. Several linked asteroids. Serves as Margulis's post. Okay. Are we be streaming Grim Sat? No. We are still 2 away from the sub goal, but even if the sub goal was met this week, we would have to push it off to next week. And sub goal streams are always on Sundays, not Saturday. This is Jungian psychology and Gnostic doctrine. Oh, that's probably where the name Gnosis comes from. It's from Gnostic doctrine. Interesting. We will not reveal any answers at this point. It might be of interest to delve further into this concept. It may offer a glimpse of things to come in the future of Xenosaga, or it may provide some insight to the various themes that appear in the current story. I'm going to make a note of this, actually. I'm going to take the advice and not look it up now, because it will probably be too telling. Pleroma is a term and concept from both Jungian psychology and Gnostic doctrine. It may inform / spoil / foreshadow future Xenosaga. Okay. And then I'm going to highlight this in green also, so that it's easy to find when we come back, or when I come back. Okay. Power loader? Is that new? No, that's not new. We're almost to the bottom, folks. We're almost there. In general, recycling is considered illegal. Interesting. Salvaging, specifically salvaging space wreckage to sell. Replenishing the power source. Of what? Sanir. Planetary member of the Galaxy Federation. Judging from what Cherenkov said, there seems to be a facility on this planet linked to the UTIC organization. Okay. I didn't get that sense, so thanks for telling me that. Database. So let's see. How do I want to write this in here? Sanir seems to have a link to Utic. And just to remind myself, this is where Cherenkov asked to be dropped off. Yeah, Shion and Alan are being very cavalier about Cherenkov. Like, I would have so many questions for Cherenkov if I was them, so I'm hoping that they'll, like, kind of confront him a little bit, but I don't think that they will, based on their behavior. Oh, interesting, Shane. Yeah, I could totally see it. The object of Matthew's adoration. Their name suggests they are a female vocal duo. Yeah, we saw them. Okay, the Subcommittee on Close Encounters. Panel of researchers convened by the Federation government to counter Gnosis. It's called a subcommittee, but it has over 2,000 members. Wow. Operational core is 7 members who hold high positions. Julie Mizrahi is one of them. Okay, cool. Oh, okay. Species Preservation Act is kind of like a... almost like space eugenics. So not good. Not good at all. Like it sounds like it might be a good thing in name and very broad concept, but probably is not in execution. Law enacted in order to revive the human race, which had degenerated due to cyborgs, realians, blah, 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 genetic engineering, etc., etc. The purpose being to preserve and propagate the pure breed of humans, untouched by genetic engineering, cloning, or organ enhancements. Strove to restore the original genetic code that had been altered by the Life Recycling Act. Due to the fact that the enforcement is left to the discretion of each autonomous state, there is a pointed lack of standardization and effectiveness across the multitude of jurisdictions. Well, that makes it sound very tame and not harmful, but there's a lot of implications there that are not good. So there could be some bad stuff related to that. Tony. Normally handsome and debonair, he completely changes when he's in the pilot seat. He's a brilliant pilot. Definitely a ladies' man. It's weird. It's like they took Han Solo and split him into 3 people to make Tony, Hammer, and Matthews. It's really funny. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that, Cheaty. It's probably not too far off, actually, with how much this game is going to test my brain, most likely, narratively. In zero-gravity space warfare, a basic rule of engagement is to take into account the possibility of incurring damage to oneself via debris from a destroyed target. During the story, an officer claims we're too close to fire the cannons because the Gnosis were too close to the ship and could not be fired upon for fear of the debris damaging the ship. Although it sure did look like they were firing those things with reckless abandon. This is also very cool. This is like such a minor detail to even bother to like call attention to and explain. But I love that the explanation is offered. Okay, what's a trade column? I was actually really curious about this. The UMN's columns are divided into separate routes according to their use. The trade column is a route used mainly by cargo and passenger vessels. During the story, Ziggy chose to navigate through this particular column in hopes that the heavy traffic will interfere with his pursuer's tracking system. Okay, I must be fundamentally misunderstanding what the UMN is. The UMN must be like a physical network. I'm sure we'll find out a lot more about it. Maybe I need to read the database entry again, too. Serious impact. Transference of living organisms requires a protective shield due to the size needed. Require a vehicle, like a space vessel. This explains why Matthew's ship is both a passenger and cargo ship? What? Why does it explain that? I don't understand this one. Amorphous network information, that is living organisms, is considered virtually impossible. What? Due to the impact that it has on the information contained within the living networks, such as personality and biological function. I don't understand what this entry is trying to say at all. It's like, it's saying that you can basically like teleport things, right? But you can't teleport living things because it'll like scramble them. Unless you do it with some type of protective shield, but that's very hard to do. But then it just says it would require a space vessel, and this explains why Matthew's ship is both a passenger and cargo ship. But doesn't that mean that he's just manually transporting them rather than teleporting them? I don't know, maybe I'm just overthinking it, but no, please don't explain anything to me, because it might tell me something that I didn't want to know. Just let me be confused. I think I get it, but I don't know. Uber humans. People opting to undergo artificial procedures to enhance physical abilities or brain capacity. Alan refers to them as mutants. These gifted individuals do not exhibit any external differences when compared to ordinary humans. Yeah, it's really interesting how the game is doing this thing too, where like, normally in an RPG, characters will talk in a very unnatural way to make sure that the player understands a concept. Like, oh yeah, since we're soldiers, we're gonna have to fight against the enemy, huh? You know, like nobody would ever say that in real life, but it's for the purpose of the player on the other side of the fourth wall to be able to get, you know, what's going on. But this game is not doing that, and it's leaving it up to you to go in here and read this kind of stuff to further contextualize, so that the characters can talk to each other more naturally. You know, they're just going to use these proper nouns that exist. They're not going to sit there and randomly explain what the Species Preservation Act is while an alarm has been tripped and they're trying to escape a prison to some other character that definitely already knows what that is, just for the sake of the player. They're just going to say it, and then we have to go into the appendix. Both are like valuable stylistic choices, and I don't necessarily prefer one over the other. It definitely depends on the execution. But it's cool how they're doing that. And so far it's definitely not an issue, and I'm enjoying it. Yeah, 13 does it a lot as well. Because it can get really weird and exhausting. I guess it depends on the density of proper nouns and specialized concepts, right? Like if there's just a couple of them, you probably don't want to create something like this database just to have a repository for like 5 terms. But when you're doing something like this game that has an absurd number of proper nouns and special concepts and all these like really, really niche philosophical precepts that most people don't know, you know, like there's a lot of things that could live in a database like this. And so that gives them the liberty to just say these things naturally in the voice lines. And then it's up to the voice actor to sound like they know what that means, which is also a big problem in a lot of games. God, what game am I thinking of? Or maybe it was a movie? Or maybe it was Star Wars. I remember hearing an interview with Peter Cushing, who played Moff Tarkin in the original Star Wars movie. And he struggled with having to say all these different like made up terms without knowing the definition of them, because he's like, I need my character to convincingly sound like he knows what those things are, but me, the actor portraying this character, does not know what these things are. So how can I like convincingly say, you know, the Death Star, Force, you know, whatever it is, if I don't know what it actually is? And he had to like specially request that like George Lucas or somebody like explain to him these concepts that his character was speaking about so that he could properly act them. And I'm sure in a setting like a video game where stuff probably just happens like in a day, rapid fire, and the creators aren't even there, you know, maybe a voice director who maybe knows stuff like this, but probably not. There's probably a lot of times where that doesn't necessarily carry through, and the person reading the voice line is just saying all these like proper nouns and concepts, and they have no idea what they are. And some of that might come through to a point where you're like confused as the listener, or you just realize that they're just kind of saying gobbledygook. It's an interesting nuance of acting for fantasy specifically, I guess, or sci-fi. Okay, we read that one. Maybe we should look at UMN again. Is there anything added new? No. Same stuff. UMN Pulse. I think this is new. A navigational signal being emitted from the transfer column. Each column emits a different pulse. Okay, so it's a way to like lock on and jump to a specific spot. That's pretty cool. The relay points are called columns. Located at certain intervals. These columns connect every transport gate to one another, similar to the connections within a neural network. Okay, so the UMN is a physical network. It is not the internet. There might be an internet-like aspect to it, but it is a physical network. It's like the mass relays in Mass Effect. And probably a little bit more. Each column has a limited area of influence. Gate jump cannot be performed from outside that area. Sure, so you have to get within a certain range of it to utilize it. Got it. UNP is short for UMN phone, a type of wireless communication device used commonly in this time period. The connection gear, which Xion uses, comes with a communications function, but since connection gears are rather expensive, not everyone utilizes them. Xion carries also a UMN phone as a backup. So that must have been her cute little rabbit phone that Alan tried to call her on, but she left it at her desk. Connection gear uses a special line reserved for the military. In situations where the central system of the CIC is congested, it's easier to get a connection with just a regular phone. Got it. Cool. Human brain is said to contain 30 or more of these visual fields. Okay, we saw that before. Vector stuff. We know about vector. Weapons grade Realian. Did Woglin update at all? No. Ziggy! So, cyborgs were abandoned with the advent of Realians. So that could lead to some, like, animosity between the two. Oh, so the Species Preservation Act applies to cyborgs as well. Am I reading that right? Pre-existing models continue to be upgraded. Oh, no. They stopped upgrading pre-existing models when the Species Preservation Act was enacted. So that further makes it seem like the SPA was like kind of a humans are feeling cornered type reactionary eugenics-esque concept. So version 8.0 is the last in the Ziggurat series. So he's not a one-of-one cyborg, but he might be the last one left. So the SPA basically shut down their cybernetics department, shifted them towards nanotechnology. Okay. I like how Ziggy is a separate entry from Ziggurat 8. Combat cyborg. Recovering Momo. He died at age 30. Yikes. Body donated to science. 2 years later, he was reborn as a combat cyborg. He was captain of a police bureau. Wow. According to Federation law, upon death, an individual's body is designated as public property. Thus, they are no longer able to control their own fates. Dang. That is messed up. His thinking is in direct contrast to Momo, who longs to be human. Ziggy constantly strives to turn himself completely into a machine, through repeated tune-ups that eliminate his human parts piece by piece. His looks belie his extremely old age. His advice gained from years of experience is both practical and precise. Oh, his former name was Jan Sauer. Okay, I want to write that down. Ziggy's former name was Jan Sauer. Okay. Now we've just got numbers to go through. We're almost done, folks. So many extra innings just because of the database. And then we still have to find a save point. Capable of releasing the Hilbert effect. Brand new technology. System weighs 10 tons. Virtually impossible to scale down to human size. So the main system is a supercomputer combined with a mass-produced Realian as the terminal device. Okay, so they have to make this giant computer thing and then the Realian. So the big computer thing, the supercomputer thing, is probably the amplifier. Cosmos has the same thing. So Cosmos isn't a 100 series Realian, but she can do the same thing as a 100 series Realian. She can generate the Hilbert effect. And if there was an amplifier, it would be able to protect the whole ship against them. Okay, so the Wogland might have belonged to Vector. And that might say that in here. I'm just piecing stuff together. Because there were the army guys on the Wogland who were insulated from the research division and vice versa. And they were like there to protect them. Okay. Okay, and that's it. We made it through. We can finally leave the pause menu. Back into our silent prison. Is there a save point somewhere? This is quite the spacious kitchen, by the way. Really nice galley we got here. Is this a door? This is a door. Which way do I want to go? Well, let's talk to Alan while I got this steaming hot food in my hand. What's the matter? Aren't you going to take the curry to the commander? It'll get cold if you don't hurry. Ah, it's already been like 45 minutes. No difference now. Chief, I still think this is a bad idea. I don't trust my life to the crew of this junky ship. After all, these people have connections with the notorious Kukai Foundation. Sheesh, Alan, why are you such a worrywart? I just explained it to you, remember? Everything will be okay. They don't seem like such bad people. If need be, we've got Cosmos on our side. Well, don't forget Cosmos just abandoned us. Chief, please follow the proper procedures and contact headquarters. No more acting on your own, okay? I know, I'll follow HQ's instructions. You know, it's not very manly of you to keep bringing up these trivial matters. What are you talking about? It's more like you're not detail-oriented. Their relationship is so weird. Which one of these doors won't lead me to a cutscene? Oh, not this one. Oh, just kidding. Look at that nice arapaima in the fish tank there. We got Matthews and we got a robot. Looks like I ate a bit too much. It's not every day you get to eat curry that bad. More importantly, what the hell happened? A military ship with combat weapons and civilian technicians. That sure doesn't look like nothing to me. Are we talking experiments with prototype weapons here? He just guesses it exactly. Very shrewd of you. You're half correct. It's true that Cosmos was assigned as an actual combat unit with the intention of testing her. But unfortunately, I just receive orders and have no idea what goes on between the higher-ranking military officials and my company. Oh, is that right? Well, let's leave it at that. I've got no complaints as long as we get paid. Hello, robot. Hey, welcome. What'll it be? You guys are lucky. We've got some good stuff in today. It's the passport for the card game, and it comes with a starter set. It's a great deal. You hardly ever come across these things nowadays. Oh, don't worry about the price. Call it a freebie. Ooh, we got another minigame passport. Hello, I'm a top-of-the-line bartending robot. I'll make any kind of drink you want. Okay, let's go back in here. And we'll go in the other door. Meow. It is funny that we don't know where we're going on this ship, and they haven't told us exactly where to go. We have to just figure it out while we walk around with our hot food. Oh, cool camera angle. An email! How am I going to check my email while I have my hands full with this food tray? Sending a new version of the EVS. Oh, interesting. It will be possible to use the EVS after this. Okay. Got it. You will be informed by email when the number of accessible maps increases. Okay, so we're going to be able to do, like, simulations and go back to previous maps. Maybe this is how we get that chest back that we left at the Pleroma. The EVS Environmental Simulator is very handy. You can revisit places you've been before. Yeah, it's possible to get items you forgot by using the EVS. Okay. That's right. Apparently there are some items that are beneficial to collect, which means that it's better to take a roundabout way around the map. It's good to explore the surrounding area even when you have a destination in mind. Wouldn't it be nice to have the time to take the scenic route? Oh, that was not a question. Okay. Cool. So it looks like we'll only be able to utilize that when we're on a save point. Definitely something we can check out together. How big is this place? It's a big old ship. I feel like there's no way I'm going to get lucky enough to find a save point before I find another cutscene. Okay, so this goes in there, unexpected. I thought that was going to be like an elevator, not a revolving door. I wonder if the food can, like, actually get cold depending on how much time you take to do this. This says elevator. This says bridge. And then this says beverage dispensers. I don't even know if I can interact with things normally because I'm carrying something. I can't tell if that's actually having an effect or not. I can talk to people. And then this one doesn't say anything, which is weird. It should say kitchen. Alright, can I go into these little domes? See, these are like meeting rooms, control rooms. Man, this is a very cool interior. Oh, hello. You seem quite worn out. Don't push yourself too hard. It's bad for your health. How about getting some good rest? I can take a nap while I'm delivering food. That's awesome. I don't think we need to heal anyways, so I'm not going to do that. But it's really funny that we can. Oh, just a bunch of guns lying around over here. Nice. Completely unattended. Standard operating procedure for smugglers and criminals. Okay. That was a really cool room. What about this one? That's probably the lady coming home. Yep, I can tell by Nima's frantic barking. That's not a there's someone at the door I want to kill bark. That's a there's someone at the door I want to kiss bark. Oh my god, I gotta find a save point and get out of here. Okay. Elevator? Where does elevator go? Would you like to go to B1? Okay, that's probably where maintenance is. There's definitely more cutscenes down in maintenance. When eating wings or cooking, do you prefer boneless or bone-in? Oh my god, yes, we found one. Thank god. I am not really a wing person. I don't, like, get excited about wings as, like, a concept. I'll eat them and enjoy them, but it's rare that I just crave them for any particular reason. I'm not a fan of, like, buffalo flavoring or a lot of the different sauces that are used. They're very messy. And I don't like super duper, like, I dare you to eat this spicy things either. So it's just, it's tasty, but it's one of my least favorite ways to consume chicken. That being said, for similar reasons, I would say, yeah, it's got to have the bones. Like, it's not a drum or a flat if it doesn't have bones in it. It's just a glorified chicken nugget, basically. But that being said, I do love chicken nuggets. And there's many, many occasions where I would have a lot more fun eating a chicken nugget than a wing because it's less messy, it's more fun. But I also don't eat a lot of, chicken nuggets or tenders really either because I'm not big on condiments or dipping sauces. Like if I eat chicken, I want to eat chicken thighs or chicken breast that have been cooked on a stove with some like hard sear and heavy seasoning, or I'm going to have like fried chicken that's like drum, breast, thigh, wing, whatever. Or I might have like like pulled chicken, shredded chicken, like a barbecue kind of situation. So it's very rare that I would go for wings or nuggets. Like, they're good, but they're pretty low on my chicken list, if that makes sense. I gotta get the heck out of here. I'm like way in overtime here. I want to go say hi to the lady, and I gotta tear down and do other stuff with my evening. So we're gonna raid out, and I'll do my housekeeping once we're on the raid screen, let me get in here and find somewhere for us to go so we can do that. The lady is here. She wants to sit with me. Alright, let's see. Well, actually, I pretty much never get this opportunity. We'll raid Lisa. Lisa usually doesn't start until after I'm done. But because I had to go so late today, she has gone live. So we're going to raid Lisa Page. Lisa raids here a lot, so this is good to return the favor. Lisa is a very stubborn gamer like myself that likes to play games on original hardware in really absurd, pedantic ways to try to find everything without looking anything up, and doesn't want anybody to help her. So we're kind of cut from the same cloth. She's usually playing a Zelda game. She's working on 100%ing Wind Waker Second Quest right now. But today she's playing something called Hurdling, checking out a new game. So we're going to go say hi, see what's going on over there. Give her a follow. She's cool. She's nice. She's funny. She's welcoming. But yeah, thank y'all for hanging out today. We got inundated with even more information than we did last week. I think we learned more. Yeah, the lady's here. We got more info today, I think, than we did in both of the last streams combined, which is not what I would have expected. I would expect the most to be like front-loaded in the first stream. But we'll be back with more of this tomorrow. We'll see y'all same time, 11:30 a.m. CST for more Xenosaga. If we hit the sub goal, there will be a Sunday stream soon, but it will not be this weekend because we will be gone. We will push that to next weekend. Boktai on Tuesday. See y'all in the next thing. Be good.